microphone is plugged in. So that's good. All right, yeah, we're just getting set up. I'm just making sure everything looks good. Going to YouTube real quick. Making sure the live stream is in fact live. It is. That's awesome. I should actually change the name of that. PLL casting. Okay. Save that. Copy the link. Sorry, this is a little bit last minute. There was some fussing over the stream key, but we are going to be hosting the PLL. It's going to be really awesome. And let me see if I can turn this on. Ah, right. All right. Now we're cooking. Ah. All right, I'm excited. Let's do some Pokemon Pocket. There will be games in this window over there to the side. As soon as we can get a hold of the games. So we're hosting the PLL. This is it was the first big Pokemon Pocket tournament before the Ursi Day. They're still running. It's still one of the biggest Pokemon Pocket tournaments. And I'm really excited. This is my first time casting one of these. It's been a while since I've done, I think, casting for Wargroove stuff back in the day. So this'll be fun. This'll be fun. All right, we're just waiting on the first games to get started, and I am going to check on a few things. If you see me like typing in the background, that's what's going on. Hopefully we'll be ready to get going in just a moment. But hey, since this is my first time streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, I can't see the chats right now, and I am working on fixing that. I will be able to see the chat soon, but if I'm not responding right away, I apologize. I'm just getting that into a place where I can see that. Oh, let me mute myself so I don't infinite echo. Perfect. Okay, and now we'll load Twitch and get rid of all this. Good. Now we'll get Twitch online. Yeah, no, this is my first time doing a big dual stream to two things at once. So hopefully we're all good. Okay, now I can see the chats. Perfect. Okay. Got my chats side by side. That looks nice. All right, I think we're ready to get going. I should probably have somewhere on the screen an explanation of what this is. Let me see if I can update that a little bit. Also, I need to mute myself so I don't hear myself. There we go. All right. Yeah, so we're going to be casting the PLL. This is awesome. I am going to update all of my various titles on YouTube and Twitch to reflect this. Casting the PLL Pokemon Pocket Tournament. And we all know I can't spell tournament. You've seen it in every single thumbnail I've ever put out. We all know I can't spell the word tournament, but that's okay. That's totally fine. All right. There we go. Twitch is updated. Now I'll just take care of YouTube real quick. Make sure that YouTube's title is updated. Go over here, go over here. There are so many buttons. I'm astounded. And hopefully we'll get into the first game pretty soon. I think they're starting up the first games right now. So we should be able to start seeing the first games. I'm just going to update this real quick. Awesome. Okay, now all the titles are proper and reflected. I was originally going to cast to the PLL Twitch, but there was just some confusion around the stream keys, so we're gonna cast to my Twitch for now, and then in the future, if we end up doing this again, we'll be doing my YouTube, their Twitch. I think that's the plan. Get out of this. All right, we're good to go. We're good to go. Let's see. Okay. So the tournament is beginning. Looks like the first round hasn't started yet, but the rules are online. And this is going to be Pokemon Legends League number 26, Season 2. It's going to be day 1. We're doing the Swiss rounds. So any player with a record of X2, 1 or better, meaning any number of wins, no more than 2 losses, and 1 tie, should advance to Top Cut on day 2. But if there are more than 32 players, only the top 32 players, based on tiebreakers, will be able to move on. All right. Okay, so yeah, I've been told that they're going to start momentarily. This is exciting. We're going to see some quality Pokemon Pocket. In the meantime, I've just got some plushies chilling in the background. I might play with them as the stream goes. We'll see. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, no, I've missed this. I've missed this. I haven't done some good casting since the Wargroove days. Oh, the first round is live. Here we go. Okay, round one is live. We're looking for, so the way this works, it's a little bit different than the Ursi Day, where there's like just a bunch of rooms. I think the mods are asking someone to stream. Yeah, so we're gonna get our first game in just a second. The games are starting, and the way it works is someone will volunteer to be on the stream for each of the Swiss rounds. Though for the day 2, which we'll be doing tomorrow at the same time, I think folks will, there's sort of always someone streaming. But for right now, just bear with us for a moment. I think we're going to get a volunteer pretty soon. And then we can get started. Let me know which chat room to hang in. Yeah, no, this is pretty cool. Ah, here we go. All right, we got our first game. I'm going to hop in. Just take a look. And it looks like we will be spectating Eepee. All right, stand by. I'm just getting this on the screen. It's looking good. All right, just give me one moment here. Yeah, there we go. All right, the first game is ongoing. As soon as they start, I'll put it on the screen there. We don't need to watch them type though. That's okay. Whoops. Oh, learning how my overlay works. All right, yeah, no, as soon as they get started up, they're getting started. All right, here we go. Let's expand that. We'll be able to see it. You're trying not to spy on their phone. I think they're just saying GL. All right, now here we go. Let's get started with some quality Pokemon Pocket entertainment. I'm just gonna fix this a little bit. Bear with me just on the fixing the screen and everything. It's my first time hosting this particular tournament, and there are a lot of formats. I kind of just got to squish them until they're visible in a little thing there. All right, so this is round 1 of the Swiss. So you really want to win your first game because it could impact tiebreakers, which could determine whether or not you make the top 32, depending on how things shake out. So, you know, I've seen people lose the first game and go on to win the whole dang thing. That's happened before, but the first game, you kind of really want to win it. Ooh, and it's up against a Froggy X player. Yeah, famous community, Froggy X. You'll see them at the top of all the tournaments. They do very, very well. I'm just going to adjust this a little bit so that we can't see anybody's cards. Because, you know, I don't think anyone would stream snipe. I don't think anyone would do that. But, you know, we're just going to be a little bit careful, you know, make sure that nobody's seeing anything they're not supposed to do. All right, so it looks like we've got a Drudgeon stall. That's the classic annoying card that's just like, oh, but both players are going for like some sort of Darkrai build. It's very exciting. You know, this has been one of the biggest kind of decks in the meta right now. Darkrai, Giratina, maybe throw in a Drudgeon. They're very popular. They've been doing very well in ranked. You see a lot of master players running these, a lot of players in Ultra Ball trying to climb running these. I'm going to see if I could just fit a little bit more on the screen. Oh, we've got music. We've got game music. Let's go. I'm going to lower that a little bit. All right, there we go. And just expand this a bit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to be playing with this a little bit. So we can see the names and everything over the course of this. It'll just take me a little practice to get this set up right. I hope you'll bear with me a sec. Okay. There we go. There we go. All right, I think we've got everything in the little window there. I might be able to make that bigger. I don't know. We'll see about making that bigger for game 2. So both players are playing a very similar deck right now, but it actually looks like, I believe our Froggy X hero is going for something different. They're going for what appears to be a straight up... Is that a Greninja? Are they going for Greninja? That's a little bit old school. I just assumed they were going for some kind of Giratina attack, but this could be some Greninja stuff happening. Greninja's really interesting because if you're running Greninja, you might not run Water Energy so it can't attack. Greninja was replaced for a little while, sort of, with Crobat when Arceus was very big. But now that Arceus is falling out of favor a little bit, we're seeing Greninja come back. We're seeing Greninja Drudgeon come back a little bit. You put it behind the lines, build up your Giratina. Okay, so it is a Giratina deck, just not Darkrai. They're using Greninja instead. And the idea is that you don't have to put energy on it, as opposed to Darkrai, which you have to, build energy on it. With Greninja, you don't have to. It'll just automatically hit for 20 damage again and again. A little bit risky, though. A little bit risky, because you have to build a Stage 3 Pokemon to really get that going. But the advantages of Greninja are that you never really have to worry about, okay, what if I don't want to put my energy on Darkrai? Or, what if I want to hit the bench? And then you can use Cyrus to bring in a benched Pokemon, take them out with your Giratina. It gives you a lot of powerful options. I'd like to see if this Giratina tech is capable of dethroning, like, the Giratina Darkrai, right? If the Greninja version is superior here. Superior. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Just gonna check chat real quick. Alright, we're looking good. Yeah, no, this is exciting. We'll get to... Whoa. Wait a minute. Why did that disappear? Okay. Okay, I can't push that button. If I push that button, the game disappears. I cannot push that button. We have learned. We will not be pushing that button anymore. Alright, so there's a little bit of a time limit here, right? You gotta be careful if you're EP right now. Because you don't want the game to go too long, or Greninja will snipe your back line, and then all of a sudden, oh no, I got Cyrus, right? You got to avoid that. Like, the first person to take an EX Pokemon out, kind of get that prize point advantage, that's really big. But on the other hand, EP has something going for them as well. EP is powering up 2 Pokemon, right? But the Froggy X player, they're not powering up 2 Pokemon. No, they're just powering up 1, because Greninja and the Drudgeon are taking up all the other slots. So even if Giratina comes out, takes out the other Giratina, just wipes it out. What if Darkrai comes in and takes Giratina? Now you don't have anything to respond. But Darkrai can't one-shot Giratina. So there's all this, like, 5D chess going on in the background, and that's the thing about these decks. They're a little stallier with the Drudges, but there's a lot of mind games happening. You really have to plan ahead and be like, okay. I know what I'm doing. I know what my game plan is. And you have to move at the right moment. Like, if you wait too long to strike, you could give your opponent the advantage. Yeah, EP's thinking. Darkrai is fully powered up. Giratina's gonna keep powering like that with the Psychic Energy. I think that's 3. EP's ready to roll, and they're starting to put energy on the Drudgeon. so that they can send a poke forward and start attacking, because they're like, I don't want to leave this Greninja alive too long. Too risky. Too risky. You know, they're going to chip me down. Honestly, though, wow, I didn't expect that. The Froggy X player was, yeah, no, they're making their move. They're making their move. They used the Greninja, just like I said, did the damage to the Giratina, used Cyrus to bring it in. Yeah, no, Eepee was just a little bit too slow to attack, and now the first strike is going to the Froggy X player. That's 2 prize points to Aloe. Great move, perfect timing. That's exactly what you got to do. If they had waited one more turn, if they were 1 turn slower, Eepee could have retreated the Drudgeon and then made the first attack, but now that's not possible. Now Eepee's got to take out this 150 health Caped Giratina. It's not happening. And if you can't take it out and it takes one of your Pokemon out, you lose the game. This is looking really rough for Eepee right now. I think Aloe's got it. But Eepee's not giving up. No, they're making plays. They're making plays. We'll see what happens. They're thinking, is there any way for them to survive? Because remember, if that Giratina takes out one more Pokemon, it's over. Ooh, Cyrusing the Drudge from before. That's a move. Yeah, no, that could definitely work. But is it enough? Or is it just stalling? Like, are we just stalling here? What are they doing? It looks like they're trying to decide whether or not they should retreat. It's a tough call. Because even if you retreat, you can't kill that 60 health Drudgeon. That's not a move. Killing the Drudgeon will automatically allow your opponent to attack you. And that takes the game right there. Yeah, this new Giratina is trying to build energy. It's trying to stall on the Drudgeon. But, no. Aloe has Leaf. It's not going to fly. Now, Giratina can only do 130 damage, but combined with the Greninja's extra 20, that's 150, and I think we're looking at GG here. Yeah, you know, Eepee is playing a very strong deck. Darkrai, Darkrai, Giratina, Drudge, very strong deck. But Aloe got that Greninja up and running when they needed to. They got their Cyrus, they got every card they need to take the advantage. And I think we're going to see this a lot. Like, if you're playing the standard Giratina deck, if you're playing Giratina Darkrai, you got to expect to get countered. You got to expect that someone's going to come over here and be like, oh, well, I knew you were going to play that. Haha. But I have just the thing to beat it. Yeah. Now, we're going to see a lot of stuff. The name of the game for this tournament, can you counter Giratina? Or at least Giratina Darkrai. I guess both players were using Giratina. So if you have to use Giratina to do it, okay. But then mix it up a little bit. You know, throw in a Greninja, throw in some spice. We'll see what we got. Alright, game 2. Let's check it out. Now, I will say this. Eepee does have a bit of an advantage here. If Greninja doesn't come online, right? If Aloe bricks, which is possible, that's the risk with the Greninja deck. You could brick. Then Eepee might be able to just bulldoze through them with like really powerful cards with the double energy Darkrai Giratina. So there's some counterplay here. This is a game either player could win. Absolutely. All right, let's check it out. Hey Sparky, how are you? Yeah, I'm actually streaming a tournament. That's kind of fun. Shoob, yo! Shoobham, I'm sorry if your comment was sitting there a little minute. I was just hyper-focused on the game. I gotta get used to all these chats. How are you doing, Shoob? Are you part of the management team? I am not part of the management team. I was playing in the LLL a couple days ago. I made it to Top Cut, and I was asking someone, oh, do I have to stream? And they said, no, because we don't have a streamer. There's no one covering the games. I'm like, do you need one? They're like, yeah. And so I volunteered, so I'm covering the... Oh, I pushed the button again. Sorry about that. I keep forgetting. I can't push that button. Otherwise, the game disappears. Goodness, I will not push that button. Sorry, I'm still learning how to check chat without killing the game. So we will respond to all of the chats as soon as the game is over, so I don't do that again. I'm sorry. First time doing this. We were learning. Wargroove was easy because I could stream it on my own game in spectator mode. You know, Pokemon Pocket should add a spectator mode. That'd be really good, like a spectator replay mode. That would be cool. They should add that in. That would be nice. All right, so the game right now is facing off. Both players have got a Darkrai going, and that's really interesting because we didn't see a Darkrai on Aloe's side before. So this means that their deck has Darkrai and Giratina and Greninja and Double Drudge. What are they running? They must really be lacking for trainer cards, except we saw them use a Cyrus, so that can't be the case. That's a heavy deck. I mean, how many cards is that just from Pokemon? They got to be running 6 Frogs, 2 Nightmares, 4 Nightmares, actually. 4 Nightmares, 6 Frogs, and 2 Tanky Dragons. That's 12 Pokemon. That's a lot of Pokemon. Yeah, and then you got 2 Oaks, 2 Pokeballs. So they only have 4 trainer cards, if I'm counting this right. Their deck only has 4 trainer and supporter cards, other than the usual, Professor's Research Pokeball stuff. So Aloe is really doubling down on this strategy. Unless maybe they don't have as many Darkrai. Maybe they're running 1 Darkrai, 1 Jira, I don't know that. But that's possible too, I guess. Oh, they got the Greninja again. Wow, Aloe's been lucking out with those Greninjas. I gotta say, I ran some Greninja decks. You don't always get Greninja that early. You really... That is some fortunate draws. And now you got the double whammy of Greninja and Darkrai both hammering. That's 20 damage. 20 damage over and over again on that Drudge. I'm not envying Eepee's position. They're still powering up their own Darkrai. Giratina's a few turns out from being able to attack. Their Drudgeon is going to go down next turn. And Aloe doesn't even have to switch anybody in. Aloe can chill behind their Drudge for at least another turn. Though it'll go down to Darkrai, I think, the next turn, but they still can't attack. Yeah, no, this is a tough situation. This is a tough situation for Eepee. They're thinking. They're thinking about this. Okay. They're going for a Sabrina. I'm not sure why. Wait, what is... It's interesting. I don't know the strategy. What does Sabrina do to this situation? Because they could have kept pecking out the Drudge. They could have taken out in another turn. It forces the Froggy forward, but that just gives an easier retreat to Aloe. I don't know. If anyone knows the purpose of that Sabrina, let me know in the comments. I'm not seeing the strategy. I'm not seeing it. I mean, to me, it looks like Aloe is... Oh, wow. So Aloe could have gone for the Drudge on there. Aloe could have taken it out. But they're not doing that. Instead, they decided to target the Darkrai and threaten to Cyrus and kill the Drudge next turn. Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Aloe is playing this really smart. It takes a very mature player to say, I could take out your Drudgeon, but I'm not gonna. Because, I mean, Eepee can't retreat it without a Leaf, and if you play Leaf, you're not playing another supporter. So, Drudgeon is kind of locked to the field, trapping Eepee in this very difficult position. Well, they do have a Leaf. They do have a Leaf. But not enough... It's awkward. It's awkward because if you go in with something and take out the Frog... You're now vulnerable to losing Drudgeon to a Greninja, whatever you put forward to an attack from their Darkrai, and that's game. It's so tough. Eepee is like pinned by the math. Eepee's kind of pinned. I don't know. Alright, just playing it safe, doing a little bit of chip damage, building up Giratina, keeping Drudge out in front. It's kind of what you gotta do. Ooh, excuse me for a second. Oh my goodness. Now my nose is not cooperating. Okay, alright, going for the Frogger. That's interesting. What's Greninja gonna hit? Darkrai again. So that puts Darkrai in range of the other Darkrai. Darkrai can now kill Darkrai. I should specify. I should make it clear which one I'm talking about. Aloe's Darkrai on the top of the screen has enough damage to kill Eepee's Darkrai on the bottom of the screen without doing any shenanigans. So without Greninja, without adding energy, and this gives them a lot of flexibility. Because it means you could Cyrus it in, use energy to retreat your Frogger, and take it out. That option is on the table. It's looking really rough for Eepee right now. This is, ooh, this is a tough spot. Aloe's been playing this very well. I have to say, I think they've been a little lucky with the Greninja draws for sure, but they've been playing an amazing game. Absolutely. Yeah, you also want to keep an eye on the Oaks, right? Like, whichever player can play more Professor Oaks kind of has a little bit of an advantage, right? There's always that. And I think anyone having Oaks will be an advantage more towards Aloe, because you want to draw more cards when you have a Stage 3 deck. You don't necessarily need as many cards when you're running just pure basics EX deck with Giratinas, Darkrai's Judges, but no evolutions. So I think lots of Oaks will always benefit Aloe. Yeah, no, Eepee's thinking about this. Eepee's thinking about this. I'm not sure what they do here. Good hit, good damage. All right. It's looking rough. It's looking rough. Eepee's deck would be really scary if the Greninja was just a little bit delayed. I think, you know, we could have seen this game go very differently if that Greninja was just a little bit more delayed, but there wasn't enough time. All right, let's go. I've been calling them Eepee because that's their Discord name. They're Lazy Lizard in Pokemon Pocket. Lots of different names. Lots of different names. I'd love to have a thing somewhere like on the side of the screen that shows everybody's name. But nobody told me what the names were, so I don't have enough time to set that up. Maybe next time I'll like build in a tool and then really quickly like type it in. We'll try to add that going forward. I think that could be helpful. Yeah, Aloe took it. Aloe took it. It was just too much. It was just too much. Well played to Eepee. Now Eepee had a great deck. They didn't do anything wrong. I mean, that one Sabrina was a little questionable, but I think they were just trying for something, you know, just trying to get out of a bad situation, doing whatever they could to try to stall. That's perfectly reasonable. I think they just got counterpicked, and their opponent drew a little bit better. Well played to Aloe. We'll see if that Greninja continues to dominate the regular Darkrai Giratina decks, because the ability to bench snipe is really big, but only if you draw the Greninja. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. If Greninjas make it to the final cut, then we know that deck was the right call. But if Greninjas kind of brick and not all of them make it, then maybe just going standard was the right call. We'll find out. Lots more fun games. Congratulations to both players. Seriously, congrats to both players. That was a pretty solid game of Pocket. I think both players knew what they were doing. It was a good game. All right, I'm going to close this out for a second while they wrap up their chats and we get into round two. But first of all, let me take a quick look. Hey, Sneaky Game blacked out. Ah, yeah, sorry about that. I need to figure out a way to make chats appear without the game blacking. I mean, it's supposed to be blacked out right now, obviously, because there's no game going on right now. We're waiting for game 2, but yeah. That was cool. I came in third in the last LLL. Oh, yeah, Shupam. Oh, yeah, you beat me. I was 8th. Or 16th? I don't know. No, 8th. Yeah, I was, well, between 8 and 5, I guess. I lost to my mirror match. That was frustrating. Oh, the last LLL was fun. That was really fun. Hey, Professor Frostworth, how are you doing? Maybe open chat on phone. That's a good idea. Yeah, no, 100%. I should open chat on phone. That is a quality idea. Thank you, Shupam. Much appreciated. I will do that. Way I can kind of see what's going on. I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. It's my first time doing that. So I didn't have a good way of trying to get the docs up. Maybe I could get OBS to behave and let me see the docs. Because it's just not doing it, and I don't know why. Yeah, no. All right, I'll open it on my phone. That's a good call for sure. So we're just waiting for game two. I guess I could put something on the screen that says we're waiting for round two. Let me just add that real quick so folks coming online know what's going on. Let me see. Text. Aha, yes. Okay. And we'll see. Round two coming up. Okay, there we go. Just put that over here. Clear what's going on. Aha, now we are informative. All right. Just got my 3 points. Nice. Nice. Very good. Congrats. All right. Okay, so let's take a look at the statistics. Let's see how the different decks shape out in this tournament. Give me a sec. Let me just pull that up in a way that definitely will not mess up my screen this time. Here we go. Take a look at the standings. Perfect. Okay. Let me just grab this. Yeah, now this is my first time I'm doing like a tournament where I have all of these different windows. I'm used to Wargroove where there's just one window and we just talk and we're not even on the screen. Those were the days. Those were the days of casting. All right. Give me a second. Here we go. Okay. All right. So we'll put this on the screen. We'll take a look at the standings, see how everyone's doing. Why are there ads? I should try to kill the ads. Yeah, I don't have an ad blocker because I always like websites to, be rewarded for my views. I feel like they're owed that little tiny bit of money they get, but in situations like this, I feel like an ad blocker might be warranted. Just because that is a little frustrating. All right, hold on a second. Let me take a look here. Okay, so yeah, I think in the Ursi day, there's usually like a bunch of people kind of logged at once, who are all kind of streaming and stuff. But there's only one volunteer at a time for the PLL, so I think we will be waiting on round two. So let's take a look at the statistics in the meantime, just to kind of see how that's shaping out for this tournament. Give me a second. Pull up the metagame here. Okay. All right, so what do we got? Most people are, as expected, playing Giratina Darkrai. That's about a quarter of the tournament. Somewhere between a fifth and a quarter of the tournament are playing Giratina Darkrai. I mean, you know, that's pretty expected. I feel like, we kind of expected this, right? Giratina Darkrai is the big deck right now, and the big counter deck is the Magnezone Masquerada. The reason you're running Masquerada with Magnezone instead of Beedrill is the idea that you don't want an EX Pokemon, and you don't, weirdly enough, want a grass Pokemon. Because that way, if you get the baby Meow, right, the Sprigata, and then you use your basic attack, you're guaranteed to pull something from the Sprig line, instead of accidentally pulling, a Kakuna when you want to evolve your Sprig, right? So by running it with like an electric line instead, you're guaranteeing that grass will always pull grass, and then Magnezone powers up separately in the back. You're not running any EX Pokemon. It's a really good deck. It's a very solid deck that takes advantage of just kind of how self-spawny the Sprigata line is, and how self-generating the Magnezone line is. Then 10% of the tournament, we got Gyarados, Manaphy, classic deck. That's been in tournaments for a while. It can brick. We all know it can brick. If you brick, you lose. If you get Gyarados and Misty, you win. It's a very RNG deck, and it's very powerful when it comes online. And then we have more Giratina stuff, right? Like the Giratina Mewtwo's. I don't think they're quite as good as the Giratina Darkrai's, but we'll see. Maybe one will prove me wrong. The good old classic Charizard decks, still running at 4%. Charizard is also a little bit RNG. If you get your perfect on-curve setup, you win. If not, there are questions. I think Charizard gets a little bit countered by Sabrina heavy Giratina decks, I think those are kind of a big problem for the Charizard decks, right? Because if it's a Sabrina heavy deck, then you could just kind of get thrown into your Charmander before you're ready, and it's pretty brutal. It can be pretty brutal when that happens. And that's something that the Darkrai Giratina decks really like to run. In fact, let's dig into them. Let's dig into them a little bit so you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. 2 Giratina, 2 Darkrai, not so many Drudgeon. I think although we just saw a Drudgeon game, most players are running them without Drudgeon because it can just turn into an accidental vulnerability or a weakness against another Giratina deck. It's very one-shottable. You know, you might draw it when you want something else. So I think a lot of the players are starting to move away from Drudgeon and just focus on, I want to get Giratina and Darkrai right onto the field. That's a little bit more common. Some people are adding Arceus, but again, moving away from that. We see the 0.05 Froakies. That was definitely from Aloe, the player we were just watching. 0.03 Shaman. Someone threw a Shaman in there. But for the most part, the deck is literally just 2 Giratina, 2 Darkrai, and all the trainer cards you could ever want. Leaf, obviously necessary card. Potion, Red, Rocky Helmet, Cyrus, Poké Center Lady, Sabrina. These are all cards you want. Mars. Mars is so good on this deck. I can't tell you how good Mars is. Mars can win you games. Knock out one Pokemon, play Mars, boom! You're all out of Pokemon. You have one card in your hand. I've probably killed your Sabrina. You can't win now. Mars is so good in this deck. Oh my goodness. And then there's like the more creative options, right? Like the Dawn stuff, where you put an energy on Darkrai and then Dawn it to your Giratina, and Giratina attacks a turn early. It's pretty cool. Or alternatively, you Dawn energy from Giratina to Darkrai and attack a turn early. There are so many things you can do with it. Dawn is really good. Team Rocket Grunt can win you games if you're lucky. Iono for consistency. We're not seeing that many Giovanni. Honestly, Giovanni's not so good with this deck. You rarely need the +10 when you're dealing massive damage, right? And then a few people trying EX speed instead of Leaf. Reasonable, you know. And then that's pretty much it. It's a very simple deck. Most people running it with Darkness Energy, one person throwing in some Psychic. Very simple deck, very easy to run. It has a lot of depth when you're playing against a mirror match, but otherwise, it's pretty solid. There are very few things that can dethrone that particular deck. It's just so powerful and dominating. I think we're going to see a lot of games from that deck in this tournament. And then, we're taking a look at some of the more obscure stuff, right? Well, what are the gimmicky stuff people are playing? Arceus Carnivine's pretty common. We see the Wugtrio Floatzel. This is a new deck. I kind of like to look at this one a little bit. This deck is new. I've only seen people start doing this recently. I think, maybe they're trying for like the new promo Floatzel, which has that crazy ability where it only does 10 damage, but then it does like 80 damage or something if they already have damage on them for just one energy. So huge power spike on the Floatzel. And that makes it combo really well with the more energy-hungry Wugtrio, which puts damage on other Pokemon. Very cool new deck. I'd like to see some games with this. Some people are only running it with one Butzel, which is interesting, because we see the 1.5 Butzel. That means half of the players running this deck are only running it with one Butzel, and just doubling up on the evolutions. Most players are taking a Manaphy, right? Oh no, my mistake. They're not doing one Butzel, they're mixing Butzels. Yeah, because then we see 0.5 Butzel over there. Okay, so they're mixing and matching from different packs. And then some people are trying out an Articuno EX. Okay, it's an interesting add-on. So we could see some creative versions of this. It's pretty cool. And you got your Misties, your Iridas, your Rocky Helmets, Cyrus. Pretty common stuff. Nothing too fancy in the trainer card category. But I want to see something really crazy. Like, what are the most weirdest decks that people are running? Luck Ramp, Weevil Darkrai, still kind of common, right? Oh, this is the thing I like. Okay, 2 people are running this. I've heard of this deck. This is a fun one. It's a Dragonite Giratina deck with Drudgeon. It is an all-dragon deck. And the idea is that while you're building up your Dragonite, you're also building up your Giratina, and then you can sack a Dratini before you get your first Dragonite out nuke them with that, and by the time that Dragonite goes down, Giratina's online. If you didn't get to Dratini, you sack a Drudgeon. And so either way, you've gone through multiple Pokemon and a full Dragonite attack, and then it's backed up by a Giratina. This deck is so cool. This is the coolest deck. I want this deck to win. I want to see how this deck has been doing so far. Okay. Okay, so one of them won. A Gyarados deck was actually defeated. It lost to Giratina Mewtwo, though. No! But one of them won. One of them took a game. Let's see who this is. Hold on. Who's this player? Nope, not this one. The other one. Lazy Win. Okay, so Lazy Win has actually won a game with Dragonite. I'm not at all biased in rooting for dragons. I'm not biased in the slightest. But I might be slightly rooting for the dragons, just saying. This is possibly the deck I want to win. If I were biased, which I'm not in the slightest. Alright, let's see what else they got. Let's see. So there are some creative stuff, you know, the 0.58% that we're seeing. These are kind of the more niche decks. Like, someone is literally running, major respect here, a classic Blaine deck. One person in this tournament is legitimately running a full classic Blaine deck. I mean, there's some new tech, right? There's giant capes in there. There's a Poke Communicator, Cyrus, right? But this is an old school Blaine deck. That's awesome. I hope this at least makes top cut. That would be cool. And they've won a game against Magnezone Masquerada, so they're actually winning against one of the best decks. Someone literally took out one of the best decks with an old school Blaine deck. That is so cool. I think, like, I need to be a fan of certain players, and ZKM Killer, I'm a fan. I'm gonna be rooting for the Blaine. I'm gonna be rooting for the Dragonites. You know, I really hope one of them will volunteer to stream. Maybe we can see if we get one of them for the next round. Speaking of which, let me check in for just a second. I want to check in and see when the next round is starting. Let me take a look. Let's see. Okay. It should be starting soon. It looks like the next round should be starting soon. Once it does, I'm gonna see if I can get one of those players to, you know, just to let us watch their games. I'd really like to see the Dragonite deck in action. That would be so much fun. Ooh. Maybe I can poke them. If anyone would like their game to show up on stream, especially a Dragonite deck. Hold on. Whoopsie, click the wrong button. TY. Please volunteer and let us know. Yeah, no, I would love to see a Dragonite deck on stream. That would be so much fun. I've wanted Dragonite to be good for so long. Oh, we got a volunteer. They might not be Dragonite, but that's fine. That's fine. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna have a game for next round. Let me see if I can link them this streamity thing. Badoop. Alright, it's an Arceus deck. But that's okay. Arceus decks are still fun. And I mean, they're not really like the biggest in the meta, right? Because if we go back to the meta page, you can see like the big meta decks right now are the Giratina Darkrai Pure decks, and the Magnezone Meow decks, and the Gyarados decks, and the other Giratina decks. Darkrai, there are 5 people playing Darkrai. Sorry, Arceus. There are 5 people playing Arceus Carnivine. That's it. And there are a few fun ones. We might get one of the fun ones. This looks old school. This is interesting. This is nuts. I want to see this one. Yeah, we might get one of the fun ones. We'll see. We'll see. There's a whole candy bowl full of Arceus decks, and we're gonna pick one out and see which one we get. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I think everybody who enters this tournament should play the best deck that they think that they can win with. Absolutely. But just for fun, I might slightly, you know, just slightly be a little bit rooting for some of the off meta stuff, just a little bit. And there is some weird stuff like a Dondozo deck. It doesn't look like it won, but credit for this person for trying. Like, who is this? I want to give them a shout out. They didn't win, but I feel like they deserve a shout out anyway. Let me see. It's not showing the name. I can't. Oh, here we go. Wugsy. Shout out to Wugsy. Massive shout out to Wugsy for giving this a try. Huge respect. Huge respect. I mean, no one was going to run Dondozo, and they did it. They tried it. It didn't win, but they tried it. All right, let's see what they tried to do with this. 1 Tatsugiri, 2 Dondozo, 2 Giratina. So it's a Giratina deck with the Tatsu Dondozo combo. And it's running double reds, double Misties. So okay, they've got Misty potential with the Dondozo, right? And I guess the idea is you try to sack 2 Dondozo while you're building up Giratina. Or you build Dondozo while you build Giratina and then use Tatsu to retreat cycle. That's kind of a cool idea. With Dawn stuff for the energy. Yeah, no, this is a good idea. This is the kind of really fun deck I would love to just see in like a random battle format kind of thing. Probably not going to win the tournament, but mad respect for trying it. Mad respect. All right, looks like the next round is starting. Hold on a second. Let me peep over here. All right, yeah. We've got a volunteer for the next round, but it's not officially announced yet. I think the judges are just taking care of something. We will start soon, but you can start setting. All right, yeah, cool. Sorry, I'm reading everything by default. Yeah, the judges are just finishing something up. We should be in round 2 pretty soon. In the meantime, yoink! Ugh. I get to play with my Bulbasaur a little bit. It's so cute. It's so adorable. Ugh. Actually, wait, let me make sure good camera there. There we go. Just a little Bulbasaur sleeping in the background. Oh. It occurs to me that this is the first time I've seen your face. Yeah, somewhat deliberately. I have been very terrified of showing my face on stream for a long time. I've had like this intense fear of it. Because, you know, it's like, it's the internet. I don't want the internet to know what I look like. But, you know, I love Pokemon. I feel like this is as wholesome as it gets. You know, if I can't show my face on a Pokemon stream, where can I? So, you know, taking that step so that I can put on a good casting performance. Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. All right, round 2's coming up. They're setting up right now. I think the judges are just finishing up one thing. You know, they've got a very tough job. I don't envy the judges for this thing, because you know there's always somebody. You know, most people in the community are amazing, right? But there's always somebody who's like, I won. See, it says so. You clicked the gosh darn button in the middle of the game. You no good liar. So you know, there's always somebody. There's always something. All right, we're live. Here we go. Oh, wait, am I in the wrong room? Yeah, I'm in the wrong room. Let me join this room. Switch. Okay. All right, round 2 is live. Make sure to share screen. GLHF. There we go. All right. There we go. Perfect. Alright, I'll just open this. Give me one moment. Watch stream. I click this button. Aha. Alright, yeah, their phone is connected. I'm not going to show their phone screen until it's Pokemon. We don't need to see their private chats. That's okay, that's okay. The second it's Pokemon, I'll switch over to this screen. Let me just hide that for a second. Alright, that's Pokemon. Here we go. Here we go. Aha. Yes, perfect. Limitless name is... Hold on. Rocky Kinkan. Ah, thank you. Alright, so this is... We'll be following Rocky Kinkan. And I will once again not hit that button, because we've learned what that button does. Yeah, it seems like Discord is turning off my connection to the game every time I Alt-Tab, which is very inconvenient. I'm going to figure out a way around that by the next stream, so that we can Alt-Tab without causing the screen to go completely dark. Gengar, are you using Nightshade? I blame Gengar. Gengar, we'll have a talk. We'll have a talk after this, and Gengar won't do that to us anymore when we Alt-Tab. Alright, again, the name of the trainer we're following is Rusty Kinkan. Very excited to see their Arceus deck. This will be good. Let's go. I hope everybody's having fun this evening, or whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. Ah, yes, you must hit the check-in button. That is essential. Never forget to hit the check-in button. It's a very important part of the game. One might say the most important part of the game. Always hit the check-in button. Alright, we'll see how this goes. Alright, let me turn on the background music a little bit so you guys can hear this a little. Because I'm jamming to it. And it's Pokemon Pocket, so presumably I am allowed to play Pokemon Pocket. Yes. It's Pokemon Pocket, so yes, that is acceptable, I believe. Yeah, this is just from their phone. If anything weird happens, I will mute it immediately, but it's Pokemon Pocket sounds. The sounds have stopped. What's going on? Seems to be some kind of queuing difficulties. Alright, let's just hide that for a second. Yeah, this is typical tournament stuff. You know, just trying to make sure you can queue. Alright. Here we go. Any moment now. Alright, so what do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to win? The Arceus deck or their honorable opponent? I personally think that the Arceus deck is a good shot. I don't know, they seemed eager to stream. That tells me they're ready to show something off. Alright. Okay, the screen might go dark for just a second. I just want to check chat real quick. Oh, thanks, Kobe and Sparky. You guys are awesome. Oh my goodness. Alright, just fixing that real quick. There we go. And we're live. Rocky Kinkan versus... Here we go. Here we go. There we go. All right. Okay, so it is one of the Carnivine Arceus decks. This is a pretty popular deck. We were talking about it. It ranked as... It was up there. It was up there under the big hitters. The reason you play this... this is actually kind of funny. This setup is the exact reason you play this deck. Because Carnivine can do exactly 50 damage to Manaphy, taking it out in one hit. But only if you have Arceus. So, this Pokeball... If it gets Arceus... Oh, that wasn't Arceus! That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, the whole point of the deck is Arceus, but Arceus didn't happen. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. You really want to one-shot the Manaphy. That's why you play this, but... You know, you put a lot of Sprigatos into the deck, you increase the odds, you Pokeball a Sprigato. That's part of the game, you know? Part of the deck-building science. But they pivoted really well. You know, they played Leaf, they got out of the Carnivine, they're like, okay, no Arceus, no problem. They switched into their Sprigato, and they put the energy on it, searched, found its evolution, and they're going to be kicking butt turn after turn, because now they could just evolve this thing every turn. Attach energy, evolve it. Maybe they still take out Manaphy if they have a Giovanni, I don't know if they do. So they're swinging. They're swinging. But the water player is not in a bad position. We see Wugtrio come online extremely early. Energy onto Manaphy. Could we see a Misty, potentially? No Misty. Alright, that's fair. No shenanigans yet. Misty can be a brutal card. I don't know about Misty. Now that Wugtrio powering up is really bad. That puts a big timer on the game. You really want to get your Masquerada up in line. You want stuff on the bench, right? To bait out the damage. Because the more stuff you have on the bench, the more things Wugtrio might hit by accident. And then it won't KO your active Pokemon, which is your heavy hitter. So what Rocky really wants here is to draw that dang Arceus. You kind of got to draw that dang Arceus at this point. Because it's a big health bar that you could just put on the bench, bait out the Wugtrio, and then take out the Wugtrio with Masquerada over 1 or 2 turns. Water player's thinking. Water player's thinking about this, because Manaphy goes down, Wugtrio cannot go down. Ooh, they went for the Irida. That's good. Irida will keep Manaphy nice and healthy, and it means that it can survive another hit from this current form, so... Alright, a little bit of lag there. Guess their phone internet connection. So they still have a decision to make, though. You know, do I, come forward with Wugtrio? Do I have Misty? No Misty? Alright, yeah, no Misty, we got a Manaphy again. Now Wugtrio's looking really scary. There might be a backup Wugtrio. We got Masquerada, though. Rocky's got Masquerada. So Masquerada can one-shot the Manaphy and deal massive damage to any EX Pokemon. The problem is, they didn't put that much on the bench. That could still be good, potentially. It means, there won't be as much Pokemon to KO, and Masquerada can tank 1 hit from the guy, but... Yeah, I'm a little worried about this. I'm a little worried, because Carnivine is either going to go down, or Masquerada is going to take really heavy damage. Okay, we see a Professor Oak go on. That's going to be a lot of power for the Water Trainer. Another Wugtrio. Yeah. But I'm not seeing any capes. That's important. Without a... Ooh! Switching to the new Float Cell and giving it a Rocky Helmet! That is so big brain! That Float Cell will do a ton more damage next turn if there's any damage on Masquerada. And Masquerada can't one-shot Float Cell. So unless they have a Sabrina, they do. Okay, that's good. But because they played Sabrina, we're not going to see Giovanni or Red, which means the Wugtrio is guaranteed to survive. They went with the shiny one. If it were me, I wouldn't want the damage on the shiny one. I would put the other one forward and let the shiny one, stay alive. But that's just me. Alright, so the Wugtrio's gonna live with 10, right? Switching back into another Wugtrio. Float Cell could have gone in there. But I think that the water player is a little spooked. They're like, okay, I'm on a timer now. If you get Cyrus, I lose the game. I need a win. Gonna send in my heavy hitter, right? Send in that Wug Trio, the healthy one. Finish him off before Cyrus comes online, because Cyrus is GG. Oh, we see a baby Arceus. Red? Red won't kill. Red won't kill. Yeah, the red might have actually been somewhat unnecessary, but it's just going all out. Might as well play it. I mean, you got it, why not play it? Doesn't hurt. Can only help. Maybe mess with the healing numbers later, you know? So, I'd say playing it's definitely the right call, but Wug Trio is definitely going to survive. Both of them are on 10 health. And this is a tough position. Because if you're the Wug Trio player, you got to be thinking to yourself, okay, if I attack, I could win the game, but I probably will lose. I guess they didn't have a better play. Yeah, no, if it were me, I might have retreated there, gone into the Floatzel, done a little bit of damage, let Floatzel get knocked out, right? And then from there, just best practice. Just best practice. They're taking their turn in case they made a mistake. Perfectly reasonable, yeah. But this is GG. Wug Trio is going to go down. That's 2 prize points to Rusty and aka Kinkan, and they're going to take game 1 of this best of 3. Well played. Yeah, no, I think the Wug Trio player could have held on a little longer by switching into Floatzel. You know? And then putting some more damage on the Masquerada, increasing the odds that Wug Trio picked up a kill. It probably wasn't going to happen, but they could have... I think they could have gone for it. Ultimately, though, they were worried about Cyrus. I wasn't looking at how many cards were left in the deck. It might have been Cyrus was too likely, or Sabrina was too likely, so maybe they couldn't have afforded it, right? And they did have a chance to win right there with the Wug Trio. So, you know, tough decisions. A lot to consider. Well played. Moving on to game 2. And because I know this is going to black out the screen for a second, let me just check chat real quick. All right. I'm getting better at that. It's only happening for a split second. Ooh, that's a shiny. That is a shiny pony. That is an extraordinarily powerful pony right there. Starting with Arceus. Wow. All right, so Rusty King Khan is yeah, they're showing it off a little bit. Wait, they can't hear me, right? Yeah, no, I'm muted and stuff. Yeah, no, I'm super muted, so... Just check in real quick. Just check in real quick to make sure nobody's viewing that's not supposed to. Yeah, no, stream sniping's not allowed. They're not allowed to be watching this. And they can't hear me. I'm muted on the Discord call, so... Coincidence, I guess. They just want to show off their Arceus card. I think they did say that earlier, that they just wanted to show off their Arceus card. Alright, so they've got Arceus on the field. They've got baby Arceus under it. They've got Masquerada in the back. That's a lot of damage threat, but ultimately Manaphy is going to get first energy, start powering up all these water pokes in the back. I think those are Butzels. Waiting a bit, yeah. A little sea otters we got going on. Here's the problem with Arceus, right? Oh, no, they got Leaf. Yeah. No, they fixed the problem. They had a problem. They fixed the problem. Oh, this is really good. Oh, we get to see it now. This is what they wanted to do last game, but it didn't have the chance to. And they recovered really well, but this is the move. One shot. One shot Manaphy. That is the move. It's such a strong option against Gyarados decks. Like, if you're a Gyarados deck, you do not want to fight this. Because it'll one-shot your Manaphy with Carnivine. And now, you've got this 80 health, which is really tanky. Really tanky for basic Pokemon. 80 health, 50 damage plant Pokemon. Just imagine those numbers for a second. This is a basic Pokemon. We're talking something on the order... Let me just lower the music a little bit, because I feel like I'm shouting over it. This is a Pokemon on the order of, like, Charmander, right? Like, Squirtle. Farfetch'd. Imagine a Farfetch'd with 80 health and 50 damage. What even is that? How do those numbers make any sense? But that's how Carnivine works. It is a jacked Farfetch'd. It looks like it just ate a Farfetch'd. The scary plant. Massive damage coming out on our adorable little sea otter. It's only got 10 health left. They've only managed to do 10 health to the Carnivine so far. Manaphy's cooked. And it looks like they're just powering up the Wugtrio. They're like, alright, yeah, no, I'm not beating Carnivine. I'm just gonna stall as long as I can, bring in the Wugtrio, and try to win the game with Wugtrio. Great hit with the Butzel. Great hit. Because it was already damaged, the attack does 70. Very nice. So that's 1 prize point picked up. Butzel's online. Wugtrio's in the back. Water player's recovering quite a bit here. But Rusty almost has Arceus online. So we gotta be a little worried about that, you know. Arceus plus Red will take out Wugtrio unless it has Cape. Hey, there's Cape! I'm a Psychic type Pokemon. You know, I guess I'm kind of like a, I don't know, it's this darker Steel today. Oh, that was a big hit. That was a lot of damage. Yeah, no, that's threatening to pick up a couple Pokemon on the next attack. And Baby Arceus' retreat cost is just a little bit too high. I mean, even baby ponies are very expensive. So as a result of this, Rusty's kind of stuck. You just gotta take another Wugtrio hit. I'm actually curious if Wugtrio's even going to attack here. It could make sense to just switch into Butzel, let that finish it off, because, you know, Wugtrio's an EX Pokemon. Maybe you don't want it to take a full hit from Arceus. Nah, they're going for it. They're just going for it. They pick up 2 prize points, not bad, but the way... Oh, no, they win. What am I saying? They just outright win. I missed a prize point somewhere. Congrats to the water player. That was well done. Yeah, I didn't realize they already had a prize point. I missed that. Sorry about that. Amazing play. Great place. Yeah. It's funny because this time Rusty did get the Carnivine kill on the Manaphy, but Wugtrio just came online and swept. And I guess that's a little bit of the weakness of the Carnivine deck, right? You can get stuck. You can get stuck if an Arceus is in the active slot, you don't have another relief. You can get stuck if Carnivine can't do enough damage and Arceus isn't ready. You know, it's kind of... There's an order. There's an order that has to happen. You need Carnivine, Carnivine, Arceus. You want it to happen in that order. And this deck has another mode, the Masquerada mode. We saw that the first game. So I like that this deck has 2 different ways of playing, depending on what you draw. But don't want to start with Arceus. That's the one way this deck kind of bricks a little bit. Alright, Rusty's going first. Winner takes all. I mean, this is the last game, right? This is it. We'll see how this shakes out. Yeah, Sprigato start. I like the cat. It's a cute cat. I'm a bit of a fan of the cat. Screen might go black for just a second. I just want to check something real quick. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm going to figure out how to tie all the chats together so I don't have to constantly do that. Ooh, Rocky Helmet. Rocky Helmet's really nice on the Water Otter. It's really good, because even if you heal from its attack, right? If you attack it back, you're still damaged. And then its evolved form just does massive damage to you for 1 energy. Great, great idea. Rocky Helmet's so clutch on that. Though Sprigato, I guess, kind of is a cheat code to it, because... Huh? Huh. I didn't expect that. No, that's kind of nifty. You see what they did there? You see what they did there? They decided that... I don't know what's in their hand. Like, I don't show the hand, because, you know, just security against stream snipers, right? But they didn't have anything that could attack right now, so they just retreated out, they derped out, I already have the evolution, I'm fine, and they're using Arceus to stall. They must be a little bit bricked. They just showed the... This person must be really used to being on stream, because every time I have a question, they instantly know what to show me. They can't hear me, right? they're not in chat, right? Because that wouldn't be allowed. They're not allowed to watch the stream while playing. I think they're just really used to being on stream, because it's like they're kind of showing us the plays and stuff. Or maybe they're just considering the card. Maybe it's a complete coincidence. I am a psychic type Pokemon. We've proven this mathematically. Yeah, no, with Masquerade up and running, they've got a little bit of a kick in the back, right? They've got kind of a way to fight. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, it's tough, because Arceus has to go down for them to be able to go in, and their opponent kind of benefits a lot from just stalling. Just building up Wugtrios, right? Oh, we got the Professor's Research. That's going to be a ton more cards for the Water player. They're in a solid position. Really solid position. A little worried for Rusty right now. And got all the Piplups cheering, "Go, Floatzel, go!" The little Piplup pom-poms. Yeah, that's a big hit. That Arceus is not going to last much longer. The fact that we have three energies on the Floatzel. I think both players got a little bit bricked this game. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, okay. And this is where Rocky Helmet comes in. We're about to see Rocky Helmet be amazing. Check this out. Carnivine's 50 damage, right? But, because of Rocky Helmet, it's going to do 50 damage back to Carnivine. Which means that Carnivine is in range for Floatzel's attack, which would only do 10 damage, but because Carnivine's damaged, it'll actually do a lot more. So, Rocky Helmet coming in clutch. 4 energy. 4 energy. This Floatzel is like a cultivator. It's just massing water energy. I think I joked about this a long time ago, that water is like the cultivation type. They get all of the energy nonstop. You know, this is tough. This is tough. Masquerade is going to take a ton of damage from this. It's really good at killing EX Pokemon. It does 130 damage to EX Pokemon. But it doesn't do more than 60 to normal Pokemon. Right? So it's kind of like an EX Slayer, but it's a little bit weaker as a regular Pokemon. It's basically an anime character. It will always lose the battle against a random person that it just meets somewhere. But when you have to defeat the final boss, oh, it does damage. Right? Meowscarada is an anime character. I think we've established this. At the very least, a protagonist. It's the hero, right? It's basically its role. Alright, well, we're seeing Arceus come online, but it's a little late. There aren't many basics to power it up. Meowscarada retreats. I don't know what that's gonna do, though. Like, retreating the Meowscarada doesn't... I guess it's buying a little time for something? I don't know. I mean, either Masquerada or the Arceus was going to go down. You've dumped Masquerada energy to make Arceus the thing that goes down unless they Cyrus or Sabrina. So I guess that kind of makes sense, you know, lose less. You know, like an efficiency play, right? Like, it's going to go down no matter what. Might as well sack it. Because I think no matter what happens, they've got to use Arceus next. They've just taken too many losses. So Arceus has got to go in. The big one, I mean, the EX Arceus, the powerful pony. Not the baby pony. The baby pony is probably going down to a sea otter. Yeah, that's how that's shaken out. Alright, the baby pony was not quite prepared. Wasn't quite ready. We're bringing in the ultimate pony. The one with, like, the rays of the sun shining behind it. That's like a heck of a card. I almost want to zoom in on that card. It's like just oh my goodness. Alright. Are they gonna Sabstall? Might try to Sabstall, but that just gives them a free mana fee. I don't know if... They're thinking about it. They're going for it. They're going for it. Why, though? not clear on what their strategy is. I think they're just trying to stall out an attack, maybe waste energy, waste time, or maybe they realize Sabrina doesn't matter, and they're just dumping it because might as well. Because, like, there's a legitimate strategy where if you're worried about Mars, for example, or Iona, you just play cards. You just play cards, get them out of your hand, so that way you don't draw them later. It's weird with Iona, because Iona will give you the same number of cards back. But for, like, Mars or Red card, it's good to just get stuff out of your hand so that they don't cause you trouble later. What are they thinking? What are they thinking? You know, the one thing I don't like is how the, your opponent is taking their turn thing just covers up the bench. I want to see the bench. You know, it's not... I know the opponent's taking the turn. Show me the bench, gosh darn it. Esperando a tu rival. Ooh, we got Misty. We got Misty. Oh, even 1 energy on Misty is big. That could be what... That's Wugtrio online. Potentially next turn. Yeah, Wugtrio could just come online now. And remember, this is it. This is for the marbles. Whoever wins this, there's a big bag of marbles. They go to the winner. All of the marbles. Not actual marbles, but they win the round. Alright, Arceus is taking out Manaphy. Not much else you can do. Just hope your opponent does not draw Cyrus. There's actually something incredibly funny that can happen, which is making me question that move. Remember we talked about it when they retreated Masquerada for the Baby Pony, and I was talking about it for like a good 2 minutes? In theory, Wiglet has a 1 out of 3 chance of winning the game because they did that. Because they decided to retreat the slightly more damaged Masquerada. Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're going with Wugtrio. Much better odds of winning with Wugtrio. It missed! That was the only way! That was the only way this could have happened! That, like, literally, that was the only way they could have won. That was the only way they could have won! And I am proven wrong. I am proven wrong because by saving the Masquerada, they have enough damage to finish it off. So clearly, this player is 300 IQ. They predicted all possible futures and found the only one in which they could win. Whoa! My mind is blown right now. I'm amazed. Yeah, no, well played. I have to applaud this. I have to applaud this. They've proven me wrong. They've proven quantum physics wrong, it seems. That was amazing. Well played. Well played. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, no, that was a good game. Saving Masquerada won them the game. It could have lost them the game. That was always possible. But it won them the game instead. They chose correctly. Among the infinite universes, they chose the one in which they could be victorious. That was insane. Oh, that was insane. I did not expect that. I didn't expect that at all. That was an awesome ending. Alright, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Let's see how everybody's doing. Give me a moment to push some buttons. I gotta just push some buttons real quick. Disobeyed! Hey! I apologize. Yeah, the mystery's gone. You've discovered what I look like. Sorry if I didn't respond earlier. There's a problem with the chats and whatnot. I'm gonna, because I gotta go on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And every time I switch to look at the chats, the screen blacks out. So it's it's been an experience. We're gonna fix that for next time. We're gonna fix that for next time. All right, let's take a look at the chats. Sorry, not the chats. This thing. Here we go. Yes, the stats. Stats rhymes with chats. All right, let's take a look at the standings, the metagame, see how everybody's doing. So, unsurprisingly, massively unsurprisingly, let me shrink this a little bit. Yep. We see that there's a massive, massive win rate of 60.98%, so basically 61% for the Giratina and Darkrai EX decks. I said it from the beginning, those are the best decks. There's a reason everyone's playing them. They're crazy good, and they have a crazy good win rate. Under that, the Magnezone Masquerada decks, solid 55% win rate, doing great. The Gary decks hanging in there at 61%. You know, wait a minute though. Wait a minute. Let's sort by win rate and disregard the things that are 100% because that's just mostly the gimmicky stuff. They're going to need a few more games to prove themselves. They're going to need a few more games to prove themselves, I think, on the gimmicky stuff. But at 75%, we see that the Wugtrio Floatzel stuff is doing great. In fact, the only loss was the one we just saw. The only loss of this deck so far was the one we just witnessed. Every other set, Wugtrio Floatzel has been winning. That's pretty good. Darkrai Greninja, not a huge data set, but has been doing all right. Gary's been doing pretty well. And then, yeah, the heavy hitters we already talked about. You know, the Arceus Carnivine, we've got the Giratina Darkrai, Giratina Mewtwo also doing very well. Gallade Hitmonlee hanging in there at 50%. Let's take a look at some of the gimmickier ones. So, the biggest gimmick deck, right, I think is the Giratina Greninja that we saw in Game 1. Aloe from Frog X was playing it. It's doing really well. 100% win rate. It hasn't lost yet. It's sort of an anti-Giratina sniper deck that also uses Giratina. Pretty good. I don't know how it's going to stack against these Wugtrio decks, though, because they just ignore your Dredgeon. So, we'll see. We'll see. Wugtrio might be the hero that finally defeats Dredgeon. The Rapidash... Ooh, the Blaine deck I was rooting for. I kind of want to see if their game is concluded yet. Matchups. Wow, they fought another Meow deck and won again. That is also a kind of luck. I mean, you got to think about it, right? What is luck? Coin flips? Drawing? Who your opponent is. If you can always fight a grass deck or a deck that's just straight up weak to fire, that's not bad. You got the coin flip, right? Wow. Yeah, no, they're kicking butt. I gotta say, they're kicking butt. They're doing pretty good. Just push some buttons real quick. Give me a moment. Pushing some buttons. Yeah, I got some folks watching on Discord. Some folks, sorry, not Discord, Twitch. Some folks watching on YouTube. There's so many buttons. I'm gonna tie everything together. This is my first time doing the multi-stream. That's why there's a little hairiness. All right, let me see. Yeah, so for the most part, I think all of the statistics are what we expect, right? All the big decks are doing well. The Rapidash deck coming in clutch, I think, is nifty. But is there anything else? Are there any other gimmick decks we should keep an eye on? Oh, the Dragonite decks. Oh, no. The Dragonite decks. Hold on. How are they doing? How are the Dragonite decks doing? Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. So it looks like the Dragonite decks are doing pretty well, actually. Yeah. They're doing pretty good. I think one of them is still in it. I think one of them is still in it. You know, they've been kicking butt. There's hope for Dragonite. Dragonite's not out of it yet. I'm rooting for Dragonite, I gotta say. Oh! Sorry, that was really loud. We have a Dragonite deck for next round. We have a Dragonite deck for next round. Yes, I am so excited. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's the 201. The 2-0 Dragonite deck is next. I'm happy. Oh my good, I am so happy. Yo. All right. We're oh my. Sorry, I might have just typed some very capital letter hype texts to the person running the tournament. Dragonite deck next. I need to let me see how quickly I can hold on. This is going to be a test of my rapid design skills. Give me a second. Thanks to you. Right, hold on. Wait. We're gonna. All right, can I share a screen and show you what I'm doing? Wait. Hold on. Okay, yes. Let's give me a second. Give me a second. We gotta make something real quick. All right. Just a little something. This is pure silliness, but um all right. Yeah. Let's I want to do this and that, and let's make that a little bigger. That looks good. A little bigger. Okay. Okay, and then we'll give it just a little shine, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. I don't want to show you my file location. Wait. Oh, it's getting hidden by the overlays. I forgot about that. Whoops. Okay. Wait. I can fix it. Yeah, just give me a sec. That will appear in its proper place momentarily. Dragonite. All right. Just rapid graphic design is an essential part of any casting project. Here we go. Where do I put it? There's no room. Okay. It'll just kind of like, we don't need to see my name. That's not the important thing here. We can hide my name, right? Let me just like, yeah, that's fine. I think that's reasonable. We don't need to know who's casting. Everyone knows by now. We're ready for the dragon. I'm not biased, I promise. I root for all players equally. All right. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Yeah, they haven't started streaming yet. Oh, this is gonna be hype. This is gonna be so hype. I'm legitimately giddy. Yes, Dragonite is the GOAT. Absolutely. Oh, I'll catch you later, Sparky. Oh my goodness, Sparky, you were on the Twitch and the YouTube. Oh my goodness, I am psyched. Good job being a neutral caster. I am a very neutral caster. Thank you. I don't show any bias to anybody. All decks are equal. I appreciate the common run by 22% people decks absolutely as much as the Dragonite decks that I'm very personally fond of. No, legit. I'm gonna be fair to everybody. Like you guys know I'm just joking around, but this will appear from time to time because I love dragons. All right. They haven't started streaming yet. We're in the voice channel. Hello. Just a reminder to stream whenever you're available. Yeah, they haven't started streaming yet. Let me see. Has the round actually started yet? Has round 3 started? Let me take a peek. Tournament announcement. Yeah, round 3 hasn't actually started yet, so that's why they haven't started streaming yet. So we can look at the metagame a bit more. But honestly, I don't know what's going to be better than this. This is the best. Oh, we're live. Let's go. Heck yeah. All right. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. All right. Yeah, I'll turn on the the screen over there just as soon as they start streaming. I don't want to show it before then. A, because I can't until they actually live stream, and B, because I don't want to show their personal phone stuff. So that will stay a mysterious cloud of darkness until such a time. But I am very excited. I'm so excited about the Dragonite. I'm way too excited about the Dragonite deck. I should not be this happy about it, but I am. It's so cool. Just give me one moment. I'm rapidly doing something in the background. Very sneaky. Quickly typing. I need like a thing that says sneaky is typing to just cover my face, but I've never shown my face before, which is kind of the thing. Quickly typing something very fast. Excellent, excellent. Okay, round 3 is live, but I'm still not seeing the stream. Ooh, we got the decks! Let's go, we got the decks. Okay, I can put these on the stream potentially. Ooh, yes. I like having the decks. Okay. Just give me one moment. Aha. All right. While we are waiting for them to start streaming, let me see if I can show you what the decks look like of both players. Yeah, they haven't started live streaming yet. So, and thank you very much, Connor, for the decks. Okay, so the Dragonite player, who I am, not at all biased towards in absolutely any way whatsoever, will be playing this deck. Let me see. I'm just gonna save it here real quick. Deck 1. Okay. And we're gonna load it like this, and I'm definitely not gonna overload my OBS at all. Definitely not. Where did I save it? Where did it go? It is in... Why the heck did I save it there? Boop, boop, boop. Yes, there we go. Okay. This is the deck the Dragonite player is going to be using. All right, so we've got 2 copies of each of the Dragonite line. You know, that makes a lot of sense to me. Let's just make that a good size. Put it there. Okay. So we got 2 copies of each of the Dragonite line, 2 copies of Giratina, 2 copies of Drudgeon. It's a full dragon deck, even though Giratina is not technically a dragon type. It's a dragon. We all know it's a dragon. Anyone who's played the main game knows it's a dragon, right? And we got 2 Oaks, 2 Pokeballs, pretty standard. Double Leaf, that's going to be pretty important for retreating, cycling. Only 1 Cyrus. They're not planning on needing more. No Sabrinas. And they have an Irida, which is interesting because the deck does use water energy, so that could heal everything, potentially. It's a water-lightning mix. 1 Pokecom to help with the evolutions, 1 Iona for general consistency. It's a deck all around drawing Dragonite, and the idea is you play Dragonite, you play Drudgeon, and then you bring in Giratina at the end to kind of finish it off. And you either win with Dragonite or you win with Giratina. So it's a good deck with kind of 2 different modes. We talked about modes, right? Mode 1 is you draw Giratina first, you build it up very quickly while evolving Dragonite in the back. And then you start with Giratina, end with Dragonite. And you try to just sweep with Giratina. Mode 2, you start with Drudge or Dratini, you stall for Giratina, and then build Dragonite in the back. So no matter what card you start with, you have some avenue of play, which is pretty cool. There is still no stream, though. Yeah, the player is yet to share their screen. And he hasn't started yet because his opponent has not checked in. Okay, so the reason that we are awaiting is because their opponent has not checked in. They are terrified of the awesome might of Dragonite. But while we're waiting for that, let me show the opponent's deck. Just give me 1 second, and I'll put that on the screen. Yoink. Please stand by. Your Pokemon is very important to us. Aha, here we go. So this is the opponent's deck. They're running Masquerada with Wiggly. It's a pretty fun deck. You know, I saw this actually just recently, someone running this. It's very fun. Wiggly can actually do damage, which is interesting. It's got a lot of healing in the form of Wigglytuff. You could add Erica to this deck, or Potion. It seems like they chose not to. 1 red, 1 Sabrina, 1 Cyrus, some Rocky Helmets. Only 1 Rocky Helmet, 1 Cape, 1 X Speed. I don't know. It's very similar to the concept of the Magnezone deck, where you have these like evolutionary cards that don't get pulled by the Sprigato, and then, you know, you can run Sprigato to just evolve itself and something else to support it. But the idea, unlike the Magnezone deck, which is stage 3, the idea with this one is you're just focusing on Masquerada, but you have healing support in the form of Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff can come in and hit something if you need to. You've got like emergency stall with Wiggly Sing until you draw the Masqueradas. So it kind of gives you like a backup option there. You know, you have red for hitting EXs. We've just found out that the might of Dragonite was so powerful that it appears that the opponent was actually frightened off. Or they had something to do IRL. I don't know. But for whatever reason, they never checked in. Which means that Dragonite wins by default. I didn't expect this. So the Dragonite player is going 3-0, which is wild to me. But let's go Dragonite. That's kind of awesome. The Dragonite player is officially undefeated. They're going to be at the top of the standings. They're going to be at the top of the standings. That's amazing. All right, so the tournament staff is looking to try to find somebody else who could possibly stream their game. But in the meantime, the Dragonite player is just dominating. Oh, is Eepee streaming? Let's check out Eepee. Yoink. Hold on a second. Ooh, Eepee's streaming again. Let's go. Okay, we're going to watch Eepee again. We're going to see if... let's check out Eepee again. Hold on, let me get rid of Dragonite for a second there. Give me a moment. And... what? No, wait. Aha! There we go. Okay, we're back. Alright, so we're gonna crash Eepee's game again. On account of... Wait. They're streaming now. They're streaming now. Hold on. Did the Dragonite deck appear? Alright, we're gonna watch this for now. But I will very giddily switch to the Dragonite game if that occurs. So we're in the middle of an epic Giratina versus Giratina fight. And honestly, this is how most of this tournament is shaking down right now. Tons of Giratinas. Everybody's running Giratina Darkrai Dredge. You know, those are the big decks. And we're seeing 2 of them smash into each other. This becomes a game of who can outweight, outmaneuver the other person, who has better trainers, who has better combos. Looks like Eepee didn't win. I'm sorry, Eepee. Good luck on your game 2 or 3, but we're going to move on to the Dragonite game. Just going to pop over real quick to the Dragonite game. Yep. Let's do a little shuffling so we can see everything. There we go. Alright, this is it. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're live with the Dragonite game. What? Not that button. Yeah, let's go Dragonite! And respect for their opponent as well, absolutely. So it looks like the opponent of the Dragonite player is starting with a Jigglypuff. They went for like a sleep stall, and it's working. Dratini cannot wake up. But I think that's okay. Lazy Win, who is the Dragonite player, their name is Lazy Win, has just drawn their Giratina. That's going to be pretty big. They can put that on the bench. They're powering up their Dratini in the background. So they're... Oh, we could see an Iona. We could see an Iona because they really want the Dragonair here. No, they're not going to use it yet. They're not going to use it yet. It looks like they're going to save that one more turn, and that makes sense. You really want to use that... They're stuck asleep. You really want to use Iona when you have a lot of cards in your hand. You know, maximize the chances of drawing what you need. And playing it too early, it can accidentally give your opponent a big advantage. You could give them the evolutions they need, and that's pretty bad against Masquerada. You don't want to do that. So I think it was pretty smart of Lazy Win, the Dragon player, to kind of stall that out a little. Alright, finally Dratini wakes up. There's no energy on that Dratini, though, so I don't... Ooh, Dragonair! Dragonair just came online. They kind of don't need the Iona right now, and Dragonite will be fully powered pretty soon. This is looking really good for the Dragonite player. I'm not biased. But their opponent is playing it pretty well. They've got Masquerada in the back. It's kind of ready and waiting to take on the Giratina if and when it comes online. So I think that's smart. You know, holding it in reserve, going after that Giratina when it comes, you know, because you could do 130 damage, 150, one-shot it potentially with red. But that Masquerade is not going to do very much to Dragonite. It's just not going to be able to do very much to Dragonite. See how this goes. What? Discord. Gosh darn it, Discord. Yeah, I think what happens is when I tab away, it docks it, and then OBS can't detect the dock. I'm going to have to figure out a way around that going forward. We'll do some tests off screen. We'll do some tests off screen. Ooh, Dratini's going down. Dratini's going down, but Masquerada with that cape. That's really important, because the cape means you need all 4 counters. All 4 of Dragonite's counters have to land on Masquerada to take it out. It's not very likely. It's not very likely. I gotta say, it's looking a little grim for Dragonite right now. Their opponent has played this very well. Now, I don't know about that Iona. I don't know about that, because you don't... Your Dratini's burned. You don't need anything, right? There's nothing else you could put forward. You're playing the game with Giratina and Dragonite. I don't know. I don't know. Putting that Drudgeon down just means you're at the risk of getting Sabrinaed. But maybe they have a plan. Alright, Jigglypuff got sniped by the Dragonite. Really big. That's a huge play. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no. I know why they put the Drudge down. I know what they're doing. They put the Drudgeon down because they lose if Giratina gets taken out. They were worried about Giratina getting Sabrinaed in, and then Mouse hitting it. But you can't Mouse and Red, so they were probably worried about the follow-up Cyrus the next turn. I bet that's what they were doing. But taking Drudge out doesn't mean anything, so it's safe against Sabrina. That was probably what they were thinking. Clever on the Dragonite player. Let's go, Dragonite player. If anyone wants to put dragon emojis in chat, I wouldn't mind at all. Big damage, double knockout. That's game. Lazy Win has taken game 1 with Dragonite. Actually, their opponent was so late to check in, they might have forfeited game 1. Was this game 2? I guess we'll find out. If they re-queue, it's game 2. If not, I think they win. We'll find out in a second, I guess. See if there's another game, or if they've just won. That might be it. Because, you know, sometimes you take a loss if you don't check in on time, and I know their opponent was a little late. It happens. It's happened to me. Honestly, I was late to a match before. I apologize. Was not on purpose. But it does happen. Okay, it looks like this was just game 1. Yeah, this was just game 1. They're reporting the win is game 1, so we're going to get a game 2. Let's go, Dragons. I'm just going to check chat real quick. So it's just going to go dark for a second. And then we will resolve it. Where did the chat go? Aha, here it is. Woo, Dragonite. Heck yeah, go Dragonite. Alright, we're going to turn the stream back on. Then we can see it. Lovely. Okay. Ooh. They got quite the spicy opening. Drudgeon, Dratini, and Giratina. Try saying that 5 times fast. Drudgeon... Drudgeon... It's hard. It's hard. Try saying that 5 times fast. Drudgeon... I can't do it. I can't do it. Drudgeon, Dratini, Giratina. Drudgeon, I can't do it. It's so hard. Drudgeon, Dratini. Oh, they evolved it. Now it's too late. I missed my chance. We see the Professor Oak coming out. We got this on-curve evolution. We have another Dratini. They might save that for Pokecom Iona. They might play it. Looks like they're just playing it. They're just putting all the dragons on the field. Giratina gets energy. Wow, this is a turn. This is a turn. We're seeing the power of this Dragonite deck right now. It is sneaky. I'm not biased at all. It's seriously doing really well against... You have to remember, Meow is a meta deck. Wigglytuff, a little bit, you know, a little bit more gimmicky. But still, this is a meta deck. This is absolutely a meta deck. And Dragonite is doing very well against it. It's not even one of those awkward Magneton Dawn Pass Dragonites. This is legit dual energy deck. They are actually running water and electric energy and using a Pokemon that needs psychic energy and using a Pokemon that needs fire energy, but they don't have any. This deck shouldn't work, but it's so good. Alright, 40 damage plus counterattack. That could be significant, but they couldn't cape it after Rocky Helmet anyway, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, Dragonite is almost active. Giratina is active. When Drud goes down, Dragonite can just come in. Actually, if I was the Meowscarada player right now, I don't think I would attack. Because Drudgeon can't hit you. Okay, now you kind of have to attack. Take it out, I guess. But the second you do that, Dragonite's just going to come in. Yeah, it's tough. Oh, and I see why they played the Dratini. Because they're like 5 steps ahead of me. Now I remember why they played the Dratini a few turns ago. The logic is, when Drudgeon goes down, Dragonite goes forward. Giratina's in the back. You don't want that to get Sabrina'd in. So the Dratini stops the Sabrina. And then if you Sabrina, you hit Dratini by mistake and Dragonite can still hit. Brilliant. Brilliant. They thought of everything. This Dragonite player is amazing. That looks like GG. That really looks like GG. Dragonite cannot go down here. Anything in the back attacking is winning. This deck is amazing. If I had one more Giratina, I would build this deck. I have 0 Giratinas, but if I had one, I could buy another with the free shop pack thingy, and then... Because I still haven't used that. I still haven't used that. I really need to get my final... I need a Giratina. I need a gosh darn Giratina. You know what? I'm gonna open a pack right now. Maybe the RNG will be inspired by this incredible game we're witnessing and give me my gosh darn Giratina. Okay. Like, legit, I don't know if you could see this, but I'm opening pack. We're doing this. Incredible. The Dragonite player is sweeping. I don't know what to say. There was no Giratina. There was, like, actually kind of not much in the pack. But that's okay. This game is awesome. Wiggly stall! This was the only thing that could have saved them. This was the only thing that could have saved them. Wiggly stall. Sorry, Jiggly stall. They're using Sleep stall to try to... I don't know. I actually don't know how this wins. But they're living longer. That's something, right? I mean, in theory, if you stay asleep for 30 turns, it's a draw, right? So putting a Pokemon to sleep has a theoretical chance of creating a draw. It's, we'd have to reach the heat death of the universe before that happened, but it's possible. Alright, Dragonite woke up, but they could keep it going. I'm loving this game. This is such a good game. This is the best game of Pokemon Pocket I've ever watched. Nah, it didn't work. It didn't work. I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to be rooting for the Dragon deck, but just watching Jigglypuff try to stand up to a Dragonite, I couldn't help but root for the Jigglypuff. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That respect for the play. Respect for the sleep stall. You had to go for it. Amazing, amazing Dragonite. This Dragonite deck just swept. It just destroyed its opponents. There's nothing else to say. This was more dominating than any other deck we've seen so far. This won faster than Giratina Darkrai? Gyarados? This deck is amazing. I want this deck. I want to build this deck. I want to go and... I need a Giratina, gosh darn it. I don't know what else to say. It's just too good. Alright, we'll make that disappear. We don't want to show their phone to everybody. Oh, that was an amazing game. Oh my goodness. This player could legitimately become the PLL champion. This Dragonite player could take the tournament. It's looking likely at this point. This player is 3-0. What are there, 9 rounds? I'm not sure how many rounds there are. We might see like some drops and stuff, and that could impact the Swiss and whatever, but this player legitimately could win this thing. I'm in awe. Let's go, Dragonite. Let's go. Okay. Well, oh, by the way, let me know if you have any comments about all of this. I literally designed this overlay like, I don't know, an hour ago. Like, seriously, all the crazy colors and stuff. I watched this awesome YouTube video on like how to do cool backgrounds and just threw special effects at paint.net until it looked cool. And then I added some windows that I cut into it, which in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have done because I think I've permanently destroyed what the background would have been. I should see if I can undo that and save the rest of the background in case I want to change that later. Now that I say that out loud. Hold on a second. Undo, 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 undo. Give me a second. Wait, I am spamming undo. Hold on. I will regenerate this. Wait. Okay, I have restored my original background and I'm saving it separately. Thank you, stream. Thank you. I almost destroyed it. Okay. Alright, we've got an option to watch a different deck or stay with Dragonite. I love the Dragonite deck, but I'd like to see everything this tournament has to offer. So we'll go back to them. I'd love to go back to them eventually. But for now, let's see something new, if that's possible. Yeah, because I want to see more decks. I want to see everything the tournament has to offer. Let's check it out. Yeah. We might see some more new stuff. Rapidash. How would Rapidash do? Oh, hold on. I gotta pull that up. Give me a second. Buttons. So many buttons to make things happen. Buttons. Give me a sec. Boom. Wait, it didn't work. Boom. There we go. Okay. How did Rapidash do? I kind of want to take a look. Sort by win rate. Hopefully we see them at the top. Did they win? Are they still playing? It looks like they're winning. Yeah, no. 2 against Magnezone Masquerada. They're winning. They just beat a Charizard deck. They beat a Charizard with Blaine. I love this tournament. We have Dragonite and Ninetales that are legitimately taking the tournament. That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. Dragonite and Ninetales, like OG Gen 1 Pokemon, are dominating. This is really awesome. I'm loving this. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. Okay, okay. So, I mean, it looks like the Giratina Darkrai decks are starting to trend towards 50% win rate. I mean, the longer the tournament goes on, the more we're going to see that drop. They're already down to 54%, right? We see Gyarados is literally at 50%, if you could see that. And the Meowscaradas are at 53%. They're slowly inching towards 50%, which makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Because, everyone's playing this deck. So they're going to get more mirror matches, they're going to get more counters, right? I mean, the Gyarados Manaphy, I don't like running Gyarados decks in tournaments because if you brick, you lose. And I feel like it's so RNG. It has won before, but it rarely wins. The more rounds you have to play, the less likely it is to win. Because you just get a Magikarp round, and then your Magikarp dies to Carnivore, your Manaphy dies to Carnivine, you lose. I don't think we're going to see Gyarados Manaphy continue to do well. I think maybe one of them will get really lucky and keep going forward. Maybe they'll play really well. Maybe they have a good variant. But I think most of them are going to start dropping out as the tournament goes on. Darkrai Giratina is too good. They're going to be in the top cut for sure. And Meowscarada and Magnezone, too good. There's too many of them. They're really great decks. We're going to see a few of them pass. The Mewtwo Giratina has actually fallen below a 50% win rate. I'm not a huge fan of that deck. I think it's like, I love Mewtwo, and that's why people play it, because they love Mewtwo. But it's not quite at the level of some of these other decks we're looking at. Yo! We have the Rapidash round next. We get to watch Rapidash next. They're 3-0. They're undefeated. The only person playing legit Bling deck is undefeated in this tournament. This is great. This is 10 out of 10. I don't even have enough room in this tiny box that they've trapped me in to show all my fingers, but this is 10 out of 10. Oh my goodness, we get to see the Rapidash next. That's awesome. This tournament's going pretty well, I have to say. I was worried it would be like all Giratina stuff. And I mean, the Giratina matches are fun. They're fine. But you can only watch so many Giratina. But we've got Dragonite. We've got Ninetales. We've seen so many interesting Meows. We saw a Wiggly Meow. We saw the classic Gyarados. You gotta watch at least one Gyarados. Now we're gonna get to watch a legit Blaine deck fight in the PLL. And an undefeated Blaine deck. Oh, this is good stuff. This is the Pokemon I'm here to see. You know what? While we're waiting for that, though, let's see if any of the other gimmick decks have crazy win rates. Because I'm focusing on my favorite Pokemon, but I would like to see everybody who's doing well. Whoa, Arceus Farfetch'd is doing well. Undefeated. Absolutely undefeated. They've beaten a Wugtrio. They've beaten a Darkrai Toxicroak. The Toxicroak is a fun card. I have respect for whoever's trying to play that, but that is not a strong card. It has so many counters right now. Arceus is still online. Nerf's Joy shuts it off. It's a hard card to play, but respect for the attempt. It's an interesting card, for sure. I mean, you hit the attack, it does guaranteed 20 damage, and 60, if they stick around. It's an interesting card. But they beat a Magnezone Meow. That's one of the top decks. Wugtrio, yeah. They're taking out top decks with this, so props. We'll see if Farfetch'd still has it in it. And then we got... What else? Other than, I think, the fact that my English just failed for a second there. Palkia Giratina. Ooh. How are they doing? Perfect win rate. What is with all these wonderful gimmicky decks with perfect win rates? They were playing against Mewtwo Giratina. But still, I feel like Palkia Giratina is even weirder. How does that work? I guess you gotta run Misty, right? But then you lose 3 energy every time you attack. I don't know. I don't know, that's such a weird one. But I guess because it gives you bench damage, it sort of acts like a Greninja without the Greninja. And then you can run Cyrus. Are they running Cyrus? Let's take a look at their deck. I bet they're running Cyrus. They're not? They have no Cyrus? Okay, I don't know how this deck works. How does this deck work? Double Cape, one Mars run. Well, I mean, they've got very good trainer supporter tech. No Nurse Joy though. 2 Iridas. Oh, that's how it works. It's a healer deck. Okay, I get it. Yeah, 2 Iridas, 2 potions, 2 giant capes. The idea is that it's a ridiculously tanky deck. You can't one-shot anything. It can heal basic damage. Palkia can do consistent damage if you need to, or you just power them both up. And you have Misty for burst. Okay. I get it. I get it. I think this deck might have some consistency problems, but it does have a huge advantage in that it's guaranteed to be able to attack. Like, it's 100% guaranteed that something will happen. Let me just pop over here to a different streamy thing for a second. It's guaranteed that something's going to be able to attack in 4 turns. Either Giratina powers up 3 times and whammos, or Palkia powers up 4 times and whammos. So, you know, you're gonna get to be able to attack. If you draw any Giratina, you can power something up while powering it up. But if you get 2 Giratina, you're stuck. If you get 2 Palkia, you're stuck. I feel like there's a 50% chance for this thing to brick, unless you get, you know, 3 basics. I don't know. I think this deck is going to run into problems, but I'm rooting for it. I respect the attempt. This is a nifty one. What other weirdo decks can we find? Let's see. Who's doing pretty well? And this is kind of it. Yeah, no, that's kind of it. The Darkrai Grens are still online, but... Yeah, I think the undefeated weirdos currently are the Rapidash, the Dragonite. Dragonite has a loss? No, there are 2 people playing it. There are 2 people playing it. Yeah, no, it doesn't have any losses. It doesn't have any losses. It's doing fine. Yeah, there's another person playing it who took 2 losses. But the person we were watching is undefeated. So there are 2 Dragonite players. This is actually incredible that Ninetales and one of the Dragonite decks are topping this right now. It doesn't look like any of the other gimmicky stuff is really doing quite as well. Oh, yeah, Leafeon, Darkrai, 0% win rate. This is actually a fun deck. Is it running like the... No, it's not. Okay, I don't know this deck. Never mind. Yeah, no, there is a cool variant with Leafeon and Psychic Pokemon, but that's not it. 100%. Oh yeah, we saw that already. Okay, so yeah, I think we've seen just about everything that's doing well. Charizards, more of these Luke decks, but there are a few Lucario decks, like double Lucario, which is kind of nifty, but they're not performing quite as well. I'm not convinced that the new Lucario EX is that strong of a card. I think it's a little weaker, but, you know. There's definitely some potential. There's definitely some potential. But I think that we know who the current favorites to win are, right? It's the obvious big hitters, but also Farfetch'd, Ninetales, and Dragonite currently sit at the top of this tournament alongside Giratina. I would not have expected that when this tournament began. That Ninetales, Farfetch'd, and Dragonite would be the heroes that we never thought we would need. The heroes that we deserve. Alright, I'm just going to check in real quick, see when the next round is starting. It looks like the judges are doing judgy things. Hold on, give me a sec. Click on the tournament. There we go. Yeah, so the next round should be going live soon. It looks like a few games are just wrapping up. If we end up in a situation where the rounds go too long, I could play a game while we're waiting if I can figure out how to get my phone to fit in that box. I've 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 never tried to fit it into a box before. I usually just give it the entire space of this little rectangle that you're watching, but now I have a box. So we'll try that. That'll be exciting. Can I fit my phone into a box? Let me see actually, because I got all the wires here. Theoretically. No, I'm missing one of them. Okay, I can't do that. I'll set that up in the middle of next round, and we'll take like a snack break or something. But for right now, I think the next round's about to begin. So. Ooh. Actually. While we're waiting, there is something we can do. Let me go over here. Because I kind of want to know what cards they have ahead of time. Okay, so let's yeah. We got Ponyta, Rapidash, Vulpix, Ninetales. They're using A1A, so they're using exclusively the new Ponyta. That's interesting. I don't know about that. The new Ponyta either does, I think, 10 or 40 damage. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. Let me pull that up. Ponyta Pocket. You know what? I should plug my phone in. That way I can show the cards on screen. That would be smart. Yeah, so it either does 10 or 40 damage. I was right. Oh, right. You're looking at my internet connection. I completely forgot about that. Okay. So yeah, it either does 10 or 30 damage. Pretty nifty, pretty simple. Now, nothing too unusual, but the other one just does flat 20. So this one technically does more damage on average. Actually, yeah, no, I think this is the right call. Because it'll do more damage on average, and you have the chance of doing 40, whereas 20 probably doesn't matter more than 10 most of the time. Unless, like, there's a particular threshold we're trying to hit. But I don't think there is. The new Rapidash, though. Rapidash. Yeah, the new Rapidash, though, is a little weirder. Because the new Rapidash needs 2 energy instead of 1. So it competes a little bit with Ninetales, because Ninetales discards and cycles energy. So I don't know. I don't know. It has the potential to do 100 damage, which is amazing. It does an average of, I believe, 70 damage, which is pretty good for 2 energy. That's not bad. But is it better than the 1 energy 40 damage thing with Blaine Tech? I don't know. I feel like if you use this, you have to use it before Ninetales, or you will never get Ninetales online. Sorry, you have to use this before Ninetales, or you will never get this online, because Ninetales will eat all your energy. Or you stall for a turn. I don't know, but it's a bit of a risky move using this one. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. We are waiting for the judges to wrap up the final round. You know, the PLL usually moves pretty quick, but I think just these early rounds drag a little bit because there's one match that hangs on, one match that needs a judge decision. Weirdly enough, by sheer coincidence. Oh, we got another game going on? Yeah, one more game going on. Okay. Yeah, there's one more game that's going a little long, it looks like. They're in an intense battle. I bet it's one of these Giratina decks. Like, the Giratina decks can really stall a bit because you've got these big, beefy centipedes that just stand on the field and stare ominously at each other. And the first person to get their centipede attack probably loses, so... You know, it's a staring contest. I guess if attacking first is good... But if you attack into it, it's so weird, because if you attack into a Drudgeon, your Giratina goes to the point where it kills the Drudgeon, but can now be taken out by another Giratina, who can then be taken out by another Giratina, but you probably don't have 2. And so the first person to kill a Drudgeon with a Giratina loses their Giratina. So you just stare at each other. and poke the Drudgeons with Darkrai's until one dies. That's why those games go on for a while. And that's also why people stopped running Drudgeon. But yeah, there's one more game going on. And I think this will be a lot smoother tomorrow for the finals, because then, we're going to get games nonstop. Top 32, they know what they're doing. We move to the next round as soon as people are ready. So we'll be kicking for that. We'll be kicking for that. But there's a little more lag time in between games for these earlier rounds, though we get to watch Dragonites rise to heroism. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get my phone. I'm gonna get a wire that I need to plug my phone in to that outlet to pipe it into this computer so that it can appear on that screen, so that while we're waiting between rounds, I can show you something. And yes, I'll be right back. This doesn't. Does this go into there? Yes. No? Yes? Perfect. Okay. Wait. Aha! Science. And we do this. And we do this. And this. Aha! And then. All right. By the powers of science, we have achieved connectivity. So we can, in fact, put my phone on the screen now. In theory. It's just... In theory. In theory. Yes? Gosh darn it. I think it's going to take a sec to connect. Alright, never mind. The round is starting. I'll fiddle with the wires later. Let's check out the legendary Ninetales. I say that, but they still have to share their screen before I can display it. Oh, that ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop sound means we're good to go. And this, yeah. I really dig the pocket music. It's very understated. It's very Pokemon too. It's like you could be jamming to this at the Poke Center, the Pokemart. Just You know, you walk in, you hear this, oh, yeah, it's that, you know, elevator music. Here we go. Ooh. Ooh, we got another Frog X opponent. Those are good. Yeah, Frog X players are scary. Is that why they're playing Greninja? Because they're Frog X. That's why. I should have made one of these for like Ninetales. Oh, wow. Okay. Up against Dread. Yeah, looks like their opponent's going full Giratina Dread stall. They have warning notifications turned on. This is a proper player. We got the full-on Blaine deck with warning notifications. And they're playing in... I can't see the language. That's either Japanese or Chinese. I'm not sure. I think. It's too tiny on my screen. Oh, but that's going to be an early 20 damage from the Darkrai. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried. This Rapidash Ninetales player is undefeated, but likely so is their opponent. And they had to go first, so they're behind on the energy curve. Yeah, they're thinking about potentially trying to play some tech to, you know, get an early advantage here, but it's not much they can do right now. Throwing on the cape. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the opponent's position looks really scary. They've got Giratina. They've got Darkrai. They're building up Darkrai. They're building up Giratina. They're doing this 20 damage peck with the energy add-on. It's looking kind of brutal. It's really looking kind of brutal. The Giratina deck got great draws. And don't get me wrong, rushing Ninetales is amazing on a Blaine deck, but going up against that, I don't know what they're going to do. It's really looking rough for our Ninetales player. But they are an undefeated Ninetales player. I'm sure they've got a plan. Okay, here's the Sabrina. They were thinking about playing it last turn, decided to wait. Probably Giratina, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're too afraid to let Darkrai get hit. Massive damage to Giratina, and it will take more than a Nurse Joy to heal that up. Actually, if Giratina doesn't fully retreat, I'm not even sure if a Nurse Joy and a potion will save them, because there's always the threat of Blaine, there's the threat of red. Is there red in this deck? I'm not sure there's red in this deck. We were just looking at the deck. Wait, do I still have it up? I might still have it up. Nope, I don't. Oh, this is one of the frog deck. Yeah, figure Frog EX player, right? They bring the frogs. Yeah, full retreat out of Giratina, goes into Darkrai, gonna attack, take out Ninetales. This looks pretty brutal. This looks pretty brutal. I don't know how our Rapidash player is getting out of this one. Oof. That's some big damage. That's going to wipe out Ninetales. That's going to wipe out, realistically, all of their energy. Having to go first was definitely brutal. I think if they had gone second, they would have been in a great position right now, but... Nah, even then, it's very... Okay, yeah, going for the Cyrus play. Respect for the Cyrus. That's going to give a lot of stall and give them a time to build energy back up. Definitely the right move, and they'll probably be able to pick off Giratina, unless there's some kind of leaf. Good heads. Good heads. It's probably didn't matter, but it could have. Yeah, because if they evolve it, put another energy on, attack, they could min 40 damage, so I guess it mattered in that sense. And if they heal it, yeah. I think it mattered. I think that was a good heads. Giratina is not getting out of here without leaf. Or energy plus X speed. Yeah, no, they're just gonna keep poking with Darkrai. Try and get Greninja online, try to make the poke a little scarier. Giratina grabs some energy to help it retreat next turn. This is a tough situation because, yeah, that's the smart move. Play for the heads. Because even if Giratina can retreat, it doesn't matter. You need heads here. They needed the heads. They really needed the heads. Let me explain what was going on. What they were hoping for was to get heads here, evolve into Rapidash, and then do massive damage to KO something on the Sabrina when Darkrai takes out the pony. It would have worked if they had another Sabrina. But, well, it would have worked if the Greninja wasn't a thing. Now I don't think it can work. But yeah, no, they're playing very well. Like, I don't know if you see how close they were to winning. They were close to winning, but they were like 1 to 1.5 turns off. Going first definitely hurt them a little bit because they can't really benefit from the evolution with the cards they're running. And being behind on the energy curve like they are right now just means they can't follow up attack. Yeah, it's GG. That was rough. That was rough. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this can contend with Darkrai Giratina. I think it could with the right draws and if they go second. But I definitely think that... Hold on a second. Let me just turn this off for a sec. Yep. Yeah, no, I definitely... There's another game. They're going to play game 2. But yeah, I just don't want to show someone's phone. So yeah, I think they could win. I think they could take game 2. It's definitely possible. Oh, they're playing Aloe! Aloe! Stop sweeping the players I'm featuring! Actually, I think Aloe lost game 1, but still, Aloe's so good. Aloe is so good. I was like, yeah, there's the frog again. No wonder it's the frog. It's Aloe from Frog X. Kick butt player. Wow. You know, Aloe is tough to beat, for sure. But I think the Rapidash player can do it. I think there's some potential here. Okay, they get to go second this time. That's big. That's big. Early Ponyta. You want to get Ponyta before the Ninetales stuff because Ninetales burns energy, Rapidash doesn't. So that double would have been better to start against Jira or Darkrai outright. Ideally Jira. Like your best case scenario is you're just staring at Giratina and it can't move. It's just a big ghost centipede. It can't move and you're like, all right, now I get to power up a few turns. But yeah, double dredge is rough. Because even if you take one out, they could just throw another one at you until they're ready to KO you with Darkrai. Double Pokeball, too. Wow. I'm a little nervous. Those are some good draws. Those are... Yeah, you don't even... Double Pokeball is all you need. That's your Darkrai and your Giratina right there. There's the Darkrai. They're going to put Giratina or Greninja down. There's Giratina. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I want to look. It could get a little... Might get a little grim here for our fire hero. You know? Another Ponyta, a red card, that's not that helpful right now. Yeah, you could plop that on the bench, but without Rapidash... Alright, they're just going for some early damage. They get the heads. That could matter. I don't know how exactly, but it could. How could that matter? I guess if you evolve and then get Tails, but play Blaine, you guarantee it? I don't know. I'm legit not sure if attacking there was the right move. Maybe they see something I don't. I'm not sure about that. Do they have Rapidash? I honestly don't know. I see something glowing yellow in the bottom of the screen. I'm hoping that means they can evolve, but I'm not sure. Oh, they're going for red. I don't know. I don't know if I'd red card. Like, let them build up a little bit first. Or maybe they were worried that they had some kind of tech or something they're particularly afraid of. I don't know. It could have been a prediction play. It could have been, I think I know what you have, and I want to get rid of it. It could have been something like that, but I wouldn't have red card there. They played no Oaks. You might have just handed them an Oak. So this is interesting. Dumped energy to retreat and evolved the retreated Pokemon. It looks like they're just trying to keep their Pokemon alive rather than to try to build up power for a kill. But I don't know if you can afford to play that way against a mid-game deck that comes online with 2 EX Pokemon that can one-shot anything you have. I feel like you got to take them out before that happens. Plus, with Darkrai pecking them down, they could just go down before they can move. I'm not sure if this rotation was a good idea. It might have been better for them to just evolve the active pony and then attack, but because then with that heads, Dredgeon would have been down right now, and they would have had to put in another Dredgeon, and then this turn they could have attacked and had a chance to one-shot that. I don't know. I don't know. A Tails doesn't matter because they've hit it already, and I guess in that imaginary future, the future Dredgeon would only have 40 damage instead of 60, so not such a big deal. They picked up their first prize point, and this is significant because it means if they take out Giratina or Darkrai, they do win the game. But that's going to be really difficult to do. Darkrai can just plow through anything on the field. It's going to destroy all of their energy. I don't know if they have enough time to get something else online. And even if they could, I don't think it can beat Darkrai, because you need to be able to survive 100 damage, right? Because Darkrai can peck, attack, 20 plus 80, that's 100. We might be witnessing the end of Rapidash. It was an amazing deck. It destroyed those Meowscaradas, but it might just not have the power to take out the broken Giratina Darkrai decks. It just might not have it. Okay, that's your hope right there. That's your hope, you know, going for the Vulpix, trying to, I don't know. Oh, if Greninja comes online, that's really bad. And they got a, oh, oof. I don't know how you win this. Legit, I don't even know what their win con is. I guess what they're trying to do is evolve to Ninetales, put a cape on Ninetales, hit Darkrai, survive, hit it again. But it just retreats into Giratina, and you die to Giratina, so I don't think it matters. Do they have Ninetales? Do they have cape? Do they have Ninetales? That's the question. Can they pull this off? Okay, they do have it. They are sitting on enough health to survive Darkrai. And they're playing Blame. This is their full wombo combo. But it's not enough. Even if Darkrai didn't cape, it wouldn't be enough. They are betting on the fact that Darkrai blunders. That's the only way they win. Yeah, nah. Aloe is not going to blunder. Froggy X does not make that kind of mistake. Good game. Good game. It's a shame to watch Rapidash drop a game. The first time we're watching them, too. They had 3 straight wins, and then we watched them, and they took an L. I'm sad, but yeah, Blaine just doesn't do enough damage to take out Giratina. It's unfortunate, but that's the way of it. Well, congrats to Aloe from Frog X. Well played as expected. I think, does Aloe also have a loss from, like, that first series? I'm not sure. I don't remember what happened a few hours ago. Yeah, that was a good game. That was a really solid game. Definitely really cool to see a Rapidash Blaine deck go so far. I mean, they were 3-0, now they're 3-1. They could technically still qualify. They're not out of it yet. If the Meowscarada decks eat enough of the Giratinas, and the Rapidash eats enough of the Meows, they could make it into the top cut and win. It's still possible. It's still possible. They've only lost 1 game. Maybe a little hopium on my part, but we'll see. Let's check in on our good buddy, the Dragonite. I want to kind of see how they're doing. Back to Limitless. Yeah, let's check in on the Dragonite deck and see if they're still undefeated. Boop. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to try to find that Dragonite deck that was kicking butt. Okay, here it is. It was ranked 21 before this round. Its opponent's win rate isn't fantastic, but It's been kicking butt. Let's check them out. They won! Oh my goodness, they won. The Dragonite deck is still undefeated. What's more, it looks like they just beat a Frog X member, Lulu. They beat Lulu's Gyarados deck with Dragonite. Like, this is the first pure meta deck run by, well, I mean, these were all good players, right? But these are all good players, but like this is a good player and a perfectly meta deck, a Gyarados deck, and they still won. They haven't fought any Darkrai Giratinas yet, though. That'll be the real test. That's the off-meta killer right there, as we just witnessed with our beloved Ninetales. Rest in peace, Ninetales deck. Now they're still in it. They're still in it. They haven't lost the tourney yet. They could take another loss and still move on, but wow, Dragonite is undefeated. Like, just legitimately undefeated. Legit. Dragonite could win. I'm putting in a request to see if we can watch a certain deck next that I'm curious about. No, it's not the Dragonite deck. What would make you think that? No, legit, it's not. I really do want to see all the different decks. I asked if we could see the Farfetch'd deck, but it's up to the players. You know, I don't think you have to stream in the early rounds. It's up to them if they want to show it to us. I am going to mute for a second, just have a drink of water because I've been talking nonstop for several hours straight. My bad. Always drink water. Very important health lesson. Even dragons like myself need water. And, you know, we apparently beat water decks. All right, so for the next match we're going to watch, I put in a request to see if we could watch the Farfetch deck, because I really want to see the Farfetch deck in action. That's one of the decks that's been doing really well. It looked very cool. Well, let's see how they've been doing, actually. See if they're still undefeated. Dragonite's still undefeated, which is amazing. Now look at the Farfetch'd. Where is it? I don't actually see it. I'm a little bit nervous because I don't... Oh, here it is. Oh, wow, Cliffo is top 10. Cliffo was top 10 with the Farfetch'd deck. Oh, they took an L. They took an L against Giratina Darkrai, I'm telling you. That Giratina Darkrai is wiping out all the cool decks. Giratina's just a little overtuned. Just a little... No one expected it. We all thought it would be a bad or mid card. No one thought it would be this crazy. And then it was introduced into the meta, and people realized you can run it with Darkrai. But, wow. They took an L to the Giratina Darkrai. That's rough. So yeah, it seems like Dragonite is our hope to dethrone the tyranny of the Giratina Darkrai's. I mean, I feel like I'm wearing more Giratina Darkrai attire at the moment. I love ghosts. In case you can tell that, I am very fond of ghost Pokemon and dragons. Sneaky dragon, right? But... just grab your face and put you back up there. No! Okay. It's actually further back than it looks. I kind of can't reach, so that was a bit hard to do. But yeah, no. It's up to Dragonite, I think. It might be up to Dragonite to dethrone Giratina Darkrai. So we'll see. See how it goes. But while we're waiting for the next round, I am going to put my gosh darn phone on this screen. One way or another. USB video. Yes. Oh, we got it! We can watch the Farfetch deck next. Awesome. Heck yeah, these players are cool. These players are really cool. So OBS does this thing where I usually have to reset OBS to make it recognize my phone, and I didn't think I would need to show my phone today. So, it's not quite behaving itself. Maybe because I have it in Do Not Disturb mode. Alright, hopefully this doesn't trigger anything weird. Click that, replug it in. And it is connected to power and the video capture card. It is, right? Yeah, that's powered. That's connected to the computer. My phone is feeling shy today. I'm showing my face, and my phone apparently is just not having it for no clear reason. I'll keep trying to get it working in the background. But in the meantime, a Farfetch deck. That's going to be fun. I wonder how it shakes up, because, like, Farfetch is weird into Drudgeon. I feel like Drudgeon is actually responsible for killing Farfetch'd. Because, like, Farfetch does 40 damage, which means you're 3-shotting it at best. If it double potions or potion plus nurse or cape plus potion, now we're talking 4-shot. And your Farfetch'd is dead by the time it 3-shots it. So, Drudgeon kind of killed Farfetch'd. It's unfortunate, but that's how the meta works. And I want to see Farfetch'd come back. That derpy little bird that had no business dealing 40 damage for 1 energy. I want to see it come back. So we're gonna check it out. We're gonna give it a little watch in the next round. Just give me 1 second. I want to check to make sure that the cable is properly plugged into my computer, because I can't figure out why my phone will not show up in that box over there. Flummoxed. I think OBS is just having some kind of bug. And I would need to reset it to make it... What? Why did we freeze? Why did we freeze? Hello? Hello? Huh. Uh... Well... I think my OBS just crashed. Please refresh the stream. We will be back in a moment. Okay. I think we're back. Now let me see if my camera will decide to work again. My camera has crashed. That is flummoxing. I believe my computer has suddenly, and without any warning, decided that it does not want me to show my camera anymore. Don't worry, I am working on fixing this, and it will be resolved shortly. And look, my phone can show up now. We fixed that at least. I got my phone showing up. But, now the camera's not happy. Stand by. Okay. And everything is fixed now. Sorry about that. Somehow, trying to get the phone to work turned off the camera, which crashed OBS. I restarted it, restarted the stream. Hopefully, we didn't lose everybody. And we're back. Little bit of on the air technical debugging. All right. Abiska, yo, how are you? Sorry, I was very distracted and wasn't looking at the chat while I was doing all this. I think this is the same Progex member too. Yes, it was. This will be tough. Absolutely. Yeah, no. Drudgeon was rough for Rapidash. That's 100% true. I remember when I said Giratina would suck. I remember when I said Giratina would suck. We all thought it would suck. It had no business being that good. It had no business being that good. Well, we can't even blame the game developers because we thought it would suck too. We were all wrong. this was our mistake together. Oh, wait a minute. All right, hold on. I can't let that go to sleep. All right, while we're waiting for the next round, I am going to play a game of Ranked, because why the heck not? All right, and I'm going to play with the most balanced, acceptable, and not toxic at all deck that the world has ever known. I'm not doing anything wrong. Pay no mind to the deck I'm using. This is a legitimate deck. It's one of the top decks in use. It's practically meta. I'm going to lose for this. Alright, so yeah, I am playing an Articuno deck. Articuno 18. Let's see if Articuno 18 can take me to Ultra Ball 3 while waiting for the next game in this tournament. This is not the tournament. I'm actually amazed that the players in PLL are so much more respectful in the sense that they do not run this. They do not run this. I have not seen a single Articuno 18 deck yet. So major respect to everybody in PLL because they have not been doing this. Okay. I'm going first against it looks like Meow plus Magnemite. Yeah, this is a good deck. I can see why people are running it. Like it's doing very well in the tournament too. I'm about to lose to it in all probability because I'm going first. I have no Misty, and all of my cards are completely useless for the situation. I am in danger. That's what I get for playing Articuno 18. Ooh, take back everything I just said. Heads? One more? One more? You should concede, probably. No? Okay. GG. I am an evil person sometimes. I should not have played this, but I did. And the thing happened. Well, we're ranking up. And look, I don't have a Giratina. Legitimately, I don't have a Giratina. Otherwise, I would be playing the Giratina Dragonite deck. Actually, does that deck work if I just have one Giratina? Can that deck work with just one Giratina? I'm kind of curious. Let's do more Articuno 18, though. I mean, I should not still be in Ultra Ball 2. It's just my lack of meta cards has been killing me. But yeah, we're just gonna do a few games of this just until the next round starts. Just until the next round starts. I know watching me play Articuno 18 is not what you're here for, though it is fun. It is. I came for the tournament, but I stayed for the. No. We're gonna switch back to the tournament just as soon as the next round starts. There's a game going late. You know, another one of these Giratina decks stalling out. We gotta wait for it to end before we do the next round. But in the next round, we get to watch Farfetch'd, which is just awesome. I'm super excited. Oof. I don't feel as bad when I'm fighting a Gyarados deck, because that is also RNG. Or I tell myself that. Let's see if we can get some heads. Oh no. It happened again. This deck isn't fair. Uh the fairest Articuno deck. Yep. Yeah, no, this is the fairest deck. It's the most balanced. It's got so much strategy and counterplay. This deck shouldn't exist. Oh, this deck shouldn't exist. It would be hilarious if I lose. Major and mad respect to them if they can beat me. Okay. Probably they don't have red, because I don't know why you would run red with that, but just in case, I'm going to play it like this. And risk a Sabrina. Because if they Sabrina, I 1 energy retreat back. They can't Rocket Grunt me and Sabrina me. And if they Rocket Grunt me and get 2, then they're okay, actually, yeah. Rocket Grunt, I think, is the only thing that can save them. It's the anti-Misty, basically. Ooh! Ooh, no. They might be okay. Yeah, no, this is a legit game. Yeah, well, now I can't just Sabrina kill them. I mean, I still could Sabrina kill them. It would just be silly at this point. Yeah, we're good. Just attack. They're trying. They're trying. Mad respect. Why are Articuno 18 players so lucky? So here's the funny thing, Apsix. We're not. Actually, I have lost most of my games due to bad luck. To put it another way, I only have good luck while I'm playing this. This is a PG stream, so I can't say that word. This Tauros dung. Only when I'm playing this Tauros dung, for some reason, I have good luck. Any other normal deck, my luck is awful, and I don't know why. Like, the chat can tell you what happened while I was playing Charizard. Triple tails every freaking Moltres. It was not a good time. I don't know why Articuno is luckier than other decks. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but it is. It is. It's incredible. Also, I think you in particular know what happened to me while we were playing earlier and my opponent had Misty. So that was a Can confirm Sneaky usually gets the worst luck. Yeah, no, Kobe was here for most of it. Kobe was here for the worst of it. Oh my goodness. It is like a running joke on my channel that I have the worst luck in Pokemon Pocket. Except when I'm playing this deck. But only in ranked. When I tried running this in a tournament, I got destroyed. Which is fair. This should not win a tournament. It is undeserving of tournament victory. But, you know. No, I insulted it. Now it doesn't like me anymore. I'm sorry, you're a perfectly reasonable deck. Everyone should play you. Please give me heads on Misty. I need water energies, or I'm gonna get wrecked by Executor. I'm just gonna check in and see if the next match is starting soon. All right, looks like they're getting ready, but not yet. All right, yeah, so we still got a little bit of time before the next match. So I will continue to use the most balanced and fair deck in Pokemon Pot. Okay, we didn't get it. Fair. Fair. You know, you can't get them all. It's fair. That would have been too much. It would have been fun, but it would have been too much. All right, yeah, we're not winning this one. We might. We might. We're probably not. Okay. Okay, that means we live one more. Means we live one more at least. Because I got potions and stuff. Um. Derp. Yeah, I want to take that out because that will just murder me later. If they have Masquerada, they murder me now, but then the game's over, so I don't care. Let's see if we can snipe it. I mean, the correct move is to just retreat back into Executor and hope I don't have Cyrus, which I do have. Or murder me outright. GG, good game. Nah, I'll let them take it. I'll let them take it. I like skipping the animation, saving like 0.5 seconds. But you gotta give them the, you gotta give it to them. You gotta give them that satisfaction. You beat an Articuno 18 deck. You deserve to have the final hit. I feel like you survived my Misties. You survived my nonsense. You deserve to get the final attack on me. That is fair. I respect that. Wait a minute, round 5 is now live. I'm gonna have to forfeit a ranked game. That's fine. I don't care. We'll forfeit a ranked game if we need to. Casting the tournament is more important. Let's see if I can win before it starts. But if not, I'm just gonna forfeit. Casting the tournament is my top priority. Ooh, we get to go second. No Misty. These cards are not helpful right now. That could be useful if they get a Sprig and are storing too much in their hand. Pokeball, though. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, Articuno 18 is really just flip a coin to see if you win the game. It's not... I don't know if I'd call it a deck. I don't know if I'd call it a proper deck. It's more like you are a wizard, like a magical caster, and you are trying to support this magnificent Ice Phoenix in its battles and challenges. That is Articuno 18, and it sounds so much better than the Tauros dung it actually is. I could. Have they oaked yet? Yes, they have. Red card. No evolutions for you. Or I'm giving you evolutions. One of those two, but it's probably the move. I can't place any energy. Yeah, even though the round has started, the players haven't started streaming yet, so there's nothing I can do for a few minutes, so we might as well finish up this game. Sprigato. Bring it on. Is it Sprigato or Sprigatito? Sprigatito. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Okay, no Misties. I don't like it when I don't get Misties. We'll do a little damage. It's pretty good, pretty good. Don't evolve. Don't evolve anything. Just don't evolve anything. It's working. They're not evolving. Yes. The player will wait for you? Oh, no. Let the player play. I don't want to hold him up. Nah, goodness no. I'm serious. This is my top priority. All right. Let me get out of this. And then we're going to switch. We're going to switch. Let me turn off my phone, and we're going to go live to the game because we are on round 5. And we get to watch the Farfetch'd deck. Let's go. Second, pushing the right buttons. Aha! Where did it go? What? No, that was not the right button. Aha! This is definitely the right button. Oh, I changed streams, that's why. Now we've got it. All right. So we are live with round 5 of this awesome tournament, and we are watching, in theory, the Farfetch'd Arceus player. Oh, it looks like they're using Heatran. Heatran decks are really good. No, I've seen some awesome Heatran decks lately. Big fan of Heatran decks. Big fan of Heatran decks. We could see some cool stuff. All right. What? Nope. Gosh darn it. Discord, stop doing that. Yeah, sorry. Every time I switch to look at something else, Discord disappears and then the OBS loses the feed. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Ah, no, stop. Discord. Discord. All right, we're good. I'm not going to touch any buttons. There shall be no buttons. Buttons are forbidden. Buttons are disallowed. No buttons. No touch. All right, so Heatran decks are really good because they have the potential to do incredible damage to Meow decks, and they also have the ability to fight against Darkrai and Giratina. In fact, Darkrai poking the Heatran will actually make it more powerful, which is huge because it gives it this incredible counterplay to Darkrai. It's one of the best decks in the game right now. Combined with Arceus, which can let it retreat for free, Heatran becomes a menace, and you could run two of them, have them both die, and then bring in Arceus in the back if you have enough energy. So if they're also running Farfetch, that's a 1 energy attacker, they can run along the Heatran, finish something off. This is a great deck. No, this is a quality deck. I'm heavy rooting for this player. And I definitely did not keep the Articuno game running in the background on my phone, and I definitely didn't win, in case anyone was wondering about that. So, it looks like they are going to have a bit of a choice here. If they put energy on Darkrai and damage the Heatran, it gets to do 80 damage. That's a lot of damage. That's half a Giratina. Can you afford to do that? You can see the opponent thinking, waiting for opponent, right? What they're thinking about right now is, oh no, my whole strategy has just fallen apart in the face of this fire metal dog. What do I do? They're going for it. Okay. So they've run some calcs and then they've decided, all right, yeah, no, I'm still going for it. I still think it's worth damaging Heatran. Okay, well, we'll see if that was the right decision. Because I have seen a player very successfully stole the Heatran by not putting energy on Darkrai until later. And that was a good move. That was the right move. But this player might have a different deck. They might have a different situation. We don't know what's in their hand right now. We don't know what they're thinking, what they're calcing. But I will say this. Heatran is going to do a lot of damage now. So that decision could have been... Ooh, and they're powering up the other Giratina. So they're kind of giving up on the one in the active slot. I saw Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd. Let's go. Oh, Farfetch'd. If you're a fan of Farfetch'd, put like a little leak in the chat. Is there a leak emoji? There should be a leak emoji. If there's not, just type the word leak. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna type the word leak. Oh, no, wait. Every time I alt-tab, the screen dies. Gosh darn it. Discord, stop. Okay. I can't type things in chat. Lesson learned. Alright, so Heatran did a ton of damage to Giratina, and Giratina is going to die unless something happens. You as the Darkrai player, you've got a problem that you now need to fix, right? We talk about this kind of situation in terms of problems, right? A problem has been created. Giratina will go down in one hit, and you could fix that problem with Cape, Potion, Nurse Joy, retreating it, or get rid of the Heatran. You have a number of options that would solve the problem. But did the cards in your hand let you do any of that? We don't know. We're not sure. They're thinking about it. What happened to the stream? Yeah, it froze for a second there. Okay, we're back. So they decided to heal it, it looks like. I don't know what... I think Discord just lagged out for a second there. They decided to heal it. So Heatran won't be able to one-shot it unless we see Red get played. We might see Red get played. But Darkrai is about to come online in the back. A second Giratina. Ooh, that's Red. That's Red. That will let Heatran finish off the Giratina. Yeah, one potion wasn't quite enough. Raging Mad Strike. Boom! And Giratina has just gone down to a 2 energy Heatran. That's nice. That's pretty nice. Let's go Farfetch'd. Even though they haven't played the Farfetch'd yet. But still, let's go Farfetch'd. Now the problem with this is that Heatran is almost certainly dead. But it's interesting. The Giratina in the back cannot use its ability and let Darkrai attack at the same time. That doesn't work. That just doesn't work. You have to pick one or the other. So if this Darkrai attacks, nothing else can come online. Giratina can't activate. The other Darkrai can't do anything. It's all this one Darkrai against the world. Alright. This is the critical moment. This is the mid-game, the end game. This is where everything is decided. They're going to send in the Heatran. Does it have some energy on it? I don't see any energy on it. Yeah, I think the energy was put on the Arceus, right? Let's scrunch this up a little bit. Yeah, all the energy's been put on the Arceus so far. So the Heatran is just a sacrifice, but that means if we see a Sabrina go down, it's not looking too good for the Arceus. Alright. Wrote him on the bench that thwarts Sabrina, I think. That's it. We haven't seen the Farfetch'd yet. We haven't seen the Farfetch'd. I really want to see the Farfetch'd come out, but it's just not quite happening. See what we can get, though. Alright, there's Mars. That's a really good Mars. It just knocked the Farfetch'd right out of their hand. I wish they had put it on the bench. Because that Giratina Darkrai deck always runs Mars. You can see your opponent's deck list. You know they have the Mars. I don't know why they didn't put Farfetch'd on the bench. It's unfortunate. That could have saved them the game right there. Because the Arceus is going to get weaker and weaker the fewer bench Pokemon you have. They drew red, which is good. That's 20 extra damage, but you lose 20 damage for not having the Farfetch'd, right? And Heatran's going to go down. You can at best draw one basic Pokemon. So Arceus is going to be doing 90 damage, plus red, 110. It's not looking too good. As now you can't even Sabrina them, because the Heatran in the back has 2 energy already. It just retreats back into the Darkrai. So it's tough. It's a tough situation. I'm not sure how our beloved Farfetch'd hero is going to come out of this one. But they did get some Rocky Helmet damage on the Darkrai. If they draw a basic Pokemon, maybe? No, what are you doing? I know, that does make sense. That does make sense. Yeah, no, they're right, because it's a free retreat. Yeah, no, ignore me. I'm dumb. Free retreat into Arceus. They get to Alpha Strike the Darkrai. The other Darkrai can't come online. That's a one-shot. Wait. Because Heatran lived. I'm dumb because it's free retreat. What am I doing? These players know how to play. Ignore the caster. Casters just wear hats. That's all we do. Oh, well played. Well played. Wow. That was good. That was good. Hold on. Let me think about the damage in my head there, because Arceus was at 90 damage. No, because Heatran lived. That's the thing I was forgetting. Heatran lived, so Arceus was at 110 damage, and because Darkrai took the Rocky Helmet, that was another 20, and then because of Red, that was another 20, and it was just enough. I still think they should have put Farfetch'd on the bench, because then they wouldn't have needed to rely on Red, but yeah, no, well played. GG. Yeah, because Heatran has the free retreat because of the Arceus Link mechanic, right. Heatran does do that. Yeah, no. But put Farfetch'd on the bench. I want to see Farfetch'd. Great game, though. Great game. The Farfetch'd player is winning, which I'm not at all biased. But I feel like I kind of have to root against the meta deck, right? I mean, I've played meta decks before. It sucks when the caster's against you for playing the meta deck. So I'll be fair and root for the other person a little bit. Or I'll try. But I want Farfetch'd to win. Yes! I mean, I don't care. Farfetch'd, I'm rooting for the other person. I don't care. What's a far-fetched? Yeah, no, I have to. I have to. They put it on the field. I have to root for the Farfetch. It's my obligation. It's my obligation. Look at it. It's such a derpy duck. I gotta root for the derpy duck. All right, so going second means that Farfetch'd will have the ability to attack first. With 40 damage, that's a big chunk of Darkrai's health and can put it in range of a Heatran, Arceus, pretty much anything. The fact that there's nothing backing up that Darkrai is pretty scary, because normally the way you want to play this is Darkrai Giratina is by putting a Giratina behind the Darkrai. Okay, they were able to nab it with Pokeball. That fixes their position a little bit. Because you really, the whole point of this deck is to get the double EX attacker online before your opponent gets anything else. Energy Darkrai, Energy Giratina. Energy Darkrai, Energy Giratina. Then there's an awkward turn where you kind of have to decide which one to power up, but you can also put energy on both and then go forward with Darkrai. And then you have 2 EX Pokemon at full charge where your opponent probably only has 1, you sweep. That's the plan. But Farfetch can attack before you can get rolling. Oh, and actually, because the Giratina deck got to go first, they put energy on Giratina first before Darkrai, and they don't even have that awkward turn. So it's a weird deck that actually kind of likes to go first, which is just unfair to the rest of decks. Except Executor. Executor also likes going first. And I guess Floatzel Darkrai, but no one plays that. Darkrai Weevil. Yeah, Darkrai Weevil. Darkrai Weevil arguably might like going first if you have Dawn. That's a very weird situation, though. So great damage on the Darkrai. I don't know why the screen is getting a little blurry. I'm wondering if just their connection's a little fuzzy. Not much I can do about that on my end. Yeah, their connection is just a little fuzzy. There's nothing I can do about that. I do apologize. It's their internet connection's just a little fuzzed, I think. Rocky Helmet goes down on Darkrai. That'll punish the Farfetch'd. Actually, that'll potentially murder the Farfetch'd. Because then it'll go down to Darkrai's poke at the end of the beginning of the next turn. So, a bit of a decision. Do you lose the Farfetch? Do you retreat? Do you shuffle into Arceus? It's a bit of a tough call. By putting the energy on Farfetch, you're delaying energy on the bigger attackers, like the Arceus, for example. So this means that Arceus will be a little slower to respond to something like the Darkrai coming online. Additionally, this Darkrai has no energy attached. It's not a threat. So putting damage on it only makes sense if you're prepping it for a Cyrus takedown later. It might not be worth throwing away your Farfetch'd. You know, the Farfetch was the main reason I was hyped about this, but seeing it in action, I kind of understand why people aren't running it. These new beefy cards, whether Rocky Helmet or Drudge, they just counter the Farfetch'd a little too much. It's the counterattack damage. The 20 counterattack damage makes it very hard to play Farfetch'd because you nuke yourself as fast as you nuke the opponent. Yeah, they're kind of stuck, and I don't blame them. It's a tough situation. If you put energy on Arceus, you're heavily delaying an attack, but yeah, that's it. That's all you can do. Otherwise the bird would go down. Can't attack. One Rocky Helmet just gave that Darkrai 40 health. Think about it. A cape gives you 20 health. That Rocky Helmet gave that Darkrai 40 health. Because you just couldn't attack. That's the weird thing about Rocky Helmet. Sometimes it's better than a cape. Not always. It doesn't let you survive, bigger attacks like cape does. It doesn't let you, do as many heal shenanigans. Well, it has its own heal shenanigans, but sometimes it's better than a cape. That Leaf could be played here to shuffle into Arceus early, but it's a big risk. And it's unnecessary. I mean, you could do a thing where you attack with Farfetch'd, sacking it, cycle into Rotom. There are a few moves here. You could throw Arceus on the field now and hope they don't have Leaf. But it's tough because if Arceus starts swinging and then Giratina comes in, you lose. So you really don't want to put Arceus on the field until you've already taken out like a Darkrai, but you kind of can't. Yeah, it's a tough situation. I don't see how they get out of this. The Darkrai Giratina's just got too much power. Are they stalling? I think they're going to stall here. They're thinking about it. It's a tough turn. It's a really tough turn. You got to figure out a way to take out this Darkrai in front of you, but also one of the powerful powered-up cards in the back. If you cannot take everything out, you lose the game. Well, not everything, but you got to take out two, right? You got to take out the one in front and one of the ones in the back. Wait, what? Oh, I think they timed out. Oh, that's brutal. I think they timed out. Either that or they didn't want something else to get poked. But yeah, that's rough because now the Farfetch'd is just going to go down to the Darkrai poke. I'm not sure there was anything they could have done. I'm just not sure there was anything they could have done. I feel bad for them. Grab a Bulbasaur. Cheer me up a little bit. So cute. Cuddly. I feel better already. Put this back over there. Yeah. I really like the sleeping Bulbasaur. It's adorable. Yeah, I didn't know what to do for the background. It's just like a mess back there. So I was like, all right, I'll create a little fake mountain thing with a giant piece of fabric from an old project and put plushies on top of it. Great plan. All right, so we got the Rotom on the field. And I apologize that it's a little blurry. There is nothing I can do about the player's internet connection. I wish I could improve their internet connection with the powers of Pokemagic, but I cannot. Okay, they're going for... This is smart. Is it? I would have gone for the other one. Interesting. Maybe they're trying to weaken it in anticipation of it coming out. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're hoping there's no potion. Yeah, and then they would Cyrus that one, bring in Arceus, take out the Giratina with energy, and then only Darkrai could duel Arceus. And then maybe they could shuffle into the other Giratina, freeze that onto the field. Yeah, okay, I see what they were going for. But potion makes it not work. That's one of the really scary things about the Darkrai Giratina deck, and it's the reason it's so oppressive. It only needs 4 Pokemon, so you can run as many trainer cards as you want. It's like Articuno 18, but you don't need Misty. That's how broken this thing is. It's Articuno 18, but you don't have or need Misty. And you can just put all the healing items you want. You know, have a nurse, have a potion, have a cape. Because you've got 16 cards to play with. I mean, really, after Professor's research in Pokeball, you got 12 cards to play with. So put whatever the heck you want in there. You put Sabrina's, you could put Cyrus's, red card, Mars. You could put red, trainer red, not red card. There are 2 things called red. That's confusing. There's red and then there's red card. Does that mean if Trainer Red had a Pokemon card, it would be red card? I guess, right? These are the questions we ask ourselves. Okay, so Rotom's going for the poke again. And it seems like their opponent is not eager to just kill the Rotom because they're afraid of Arceus coming out and sweeping. But yeah, another potion. You can fit as many as you want. As many as you want because you have tons of room because you're not running that many cards. It's the problem with really centralizing cards like Articuno or Giratina that have a lot of health, a lot of damage, a lot of utility. They can just kind of be their own deck. eventually, like, one of the reasons that Arceus was broken, but also clever, is the link mechanic, right? Crobat, Heatran with Carnivine, because it forces you to run a lot more cards. And that makes it a little more balanced in that you can't pull stuff like this. But cards that don't need combos and can be their own setup, they're really strong. All right, we're seeing more Heatrons, more Farfetcheds. We're going to see Darkrai go down. But ultimately, this just isn't looking too good. Arceus is at 140 health. Giratina plus red kills. And, you know, even if that doesn't kill, how do you eat through a Rocky Helmet now? You're at 10 health. How do you kill next turn? Darkrai swipes you. Actually, no, I think they're dead anyway, because Giratina plus Darkrai. Yeah, what am I saying? Darkrai plus Giratina, that's GG. That's 150 damage. You don't even need red. You don't even need red. That's why this deck is so strong. We're watching the death of all the off-meta cards from the oppression of Giratina Darkrai. Dragonite might be... I'm going to put this back on the screen. Dragonite might be our only hope. Dragonite is the only deck that has gone undefeated so far and might have a chance of taking this thing out. I will say, though, Farfetch'd is 1-1. 1-1. Both of these players have won a game. It is entirely possible that one of them takes it. Entirely possible. Screen's going to go black for just a second while I check the chat. Leak. Oh, thank you for typing leak. I appreciate that, Kobe. I was watching on Twitch and wondering who he was talking to. Yeah, I Miwi, hey! Apologies, Miwi. Goodness. Wait a minute. Did the Twitch thing reset? Yeah, let me fix that. There we go. Yes, indeed. You can see me. Yeah, sorry, I can't see the chat and the game at the same time because it causes Discord to put it in a different window, which causes OBS to forget where it was, and then the screen goes black for everybody. So I can only check chat in between games. I'm working on fixing that. I gotta figure out how to set up the chat dock with the plugin I'm using. But that'll be set up for next stream. How's the bird doing? The bird is doing pretty good. It's 1-1. Yeah, we're 1-1 so far. So the bird is holding its own. The bird is holding its own against the tyranny of Darkrai Giratina. And they get to go second, which is really good. Yeah, leak. Let's go. All right, we got Farfetch'd. I want this to be good because it has Farfetch'd. But as we've seen, Farfetch'd gets really walled by Rocky Helmet. There's just no way around it. Rocky Helmet it kills Farfetch'd in 3 hits. So Farfetch'd can do 120 damage, enough to take out a Drudge, but not enough to take out a big EX Pokemon. Not enough to take out like a Cape and Potion Pokemon. And then it goes down before the thing it's attacking, and you've wasted an energy on it. And your opponent has momentum now. There's just so much that Rocky Helmet destroys about Farfetch'd. It's unfortunate. It is a tragedy. There it is again. The Rocky Helmet. Oof. That's rough. That is really brutal. Can I make one of those? I kind of want to wear a Rocky Helmet. That looks funny. Yeah, I could. It's really easy. It's just a round hat, a hard hat, so it doesn't need any flexibility. Wow, that would be really easy to make. I know exactly how to make it. Oh, it's super cheap too. You could make it out of newspapers and cornstarch and a little bit of aluminum foil. And just a little paint. What do I do for the knobs, though, on top? Because it's got, like, these knobs. Maybe, like, a little bit of cardboard? No, I could do that with aluminum, too, because I could just create, like, a lump and then paint it a different color. Yeah, wow. I might make a Rocky Helmet. I might legit make a Rocky Helmet. I could. It's really easy. Oh, I should make one for my Bulbasaur. I should make one for. We might have a stream where all I do is make a Rocky helmet and show you how. That could be a fun video. Because I know exactly how to do this. I used to make stuff like that all the time. Like I would make like masks and stuff. Okay, yeah, no. Future stream. We make a Rocky helmet. We're doing it. Right after the quiz show. Alright, so the players have not moved for quite some time. I think they're thinking. I think they're deep in thought. Yeah, this player's run out of time before. We've seen it. They really want to win this, and this is a tough game. They're putting Arceus on the bench. They've got 15 seconds left, 10 seconds left. They've decided against attacking. It's a tough choice. You really have to deep calc the entire game to figure this out, what you're going to do. Because if you attack, you're killing your own Farfetch'd, right? And every time you attack, you decrease the number of turns you have until Farfetch dies to Darkrai poke. So you kind of have to calculate the whole game in your head. Yeah, just stacking Arceus. That's the move. Now, Cape would have let Farfetch'd live another turn. And that's important because on the turn, Darkrai gets 3 energy, right? Farfetch dies to the poke, and then Darkrai can attack. So you want Farfetch to be able to live for 1 extra turn. Yeah, I'm thinking multiple turns ahead because you kind of have to in a game like this. In a game like this, you really need to think like 3, 4, or 5 turns ahead if you want to win. And unfortunately, only the Farfetch player needs to. The Darkrai Giratina player doesn't need to do that. They don't need to think ahead. They do the same thing no matter what. Power up their Darkrai, power up their Giratina, boom. They need to like watch for huge threats and stuff, but they don't need to think that far ahead. And that makes it a much harder game for the Farfetch player, which is why I've been rooting for the Farfetch player a little bit. They're playing a more difficult deck, you know, a much more thought-involved deck against really powerful meta Pokemon. So I've kind of been a little bit rooting for the Farfetch player because of that. But the truth is, playing a strong deck is a part of the game, you know? And there is a point where you have to say, you built a better deck, you deserve to win. There is a point where that happens. But we still like to root for the underdog. We like to, you know, cheer for the derpy bird with a leak in its mouth. Just because it's fun. Just because we want one day the derpy bird to upend the centipedes of ghastliness. The great derpy bird uprising. What weird Pokemon canon have I just created? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I apologize for anyone on Twitch who's very confused. Most of the people chatting are on YouTube right now. We were originally planning on doing the my YouTube and the PLL's Twitch, but then we couldn't find the stream key anywhere, so we ended up doing it like this. In the future, I think these are probably going to the PLL Twitch, my YouTube, and then you'll be able to chat with someone no matter what. Or I figure out how to combine the chats on stream, but there are a bunch of regulations and things that make it difficult for me to do that, so that's probably a little further out. But at the very least, by the next time I stream, I will at least have the chat docs in front of me so that I can read them without crashing the Discord, because Discord does a weird thing that I did not realize. Right, so Farfetch has done a tremendous amount of damage to Darkrai, but unfortunately it's taken a bit of damage in the process. That Rocky Helmet, you know, it's a little bit of a deterrent, but not that much. The other Farfetch'd is retreated. It's on its last legs. Cape stall, great. Arceus building up power, great. They're trying to get Arceus in there to finish off the Darkrai. You can see him tapping. You can see the player tapping on the Arceus like, don't heal, don't heal, don't heal. Let me just go in there and take her out. Yeah. But it's tough. It's tough because Giratina can do... Did that do anything? Did that change anything? If they don't attack, it does. Ah, okay, I see what they're doing. If they don't attack, you can't both retreat Farfetch'd and switch to Arceus in the same turn. So if they don't attack, they're not attacking. Yeah, they're not attacking, they're not retreating. They're just stalling. That was a stall play. Wow, using Cyrus to stall. That's a move. That's a move, all right. Imagine burning Cyrus to stall. But it's smart because it also locks the Farfetch'd. Right? Because if that Farfetch'd can't retreat unless Arceus is willing to get smacked in the face, or risk getting smacked in the face. The only thing I could think of them doing is potentially retreating one Farfetch'd into the other Farfetch'd, and then retreating that next turn, assuming that they're not going to Leaf and full-on Exodia a Farfetch'd. But at this point, the Darkrai Giratina player has all the energy they need. They're basically done. They have 4 Psychic Energy on Giratina. You don't even need that many on Giratina. The whole reason for doing that is so that you can combine it with a Darkrai poke. Hold on, I'm getting a message. Let me check something real quick. Yes, it was. Thank you. Oh, no. Did I minimize the thing? Did I minimize? Gosh darn it, Discord. Sorry, that was one of the tournament staff. They were just checking in. They wanted to make sure that we were able to get the stream key stuff sorted. And I replied to the message without realizing that it would make the screen disappear for a second. We are going to fix that. We're going to fix that. I know exactly what's causing it. I know it's because Discord is putting it in another window object, and I just need to do something to my OBS so that we're going to fix that. All right, this is looking pretty good for the Darkrai player, unfortunately. Yeah, the Farfetch'd player is kind of stuck. And Farfetch'd goes down. Boop. Now, this is the clever bit. This is the clever bit. They could bring in Farfetch'd, and if they could potion it, it could kill Darkrai. But even that wouldn't work, because it would get... Yeah, it needs like 2 potions. Oh no, they're just gonna kill it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think they've realized that this guarantees them the win, because if they KO the Farfetch'd with Darkrai this turn, right? Arceus comes in with 160 health. No matter what happens, you will have a Darkrai and you will have a Giratina. You can deal 150 damage. As long as you have red, you win the game. So the Farfetch'd player basically needs Mars right now. They need to kill their opponent's hand to stop red. And even that might not be enough, because there's nothing on their bench that'll let Arceus kill a Darkrai. You would have to Cyrus the other Darkrai. Yeah, I mean, that's it. You kind of have to Cyrus the other Darkrai. That's the only way this works. And then hope that they can't kill you. I don't think that's going to do it. I don't think that, because this you got to live for 2 turns, right? You got to live for 2 attacks, and one of them has to have a Cyrus. I don't think this is going to work. If the opponent, if the Darkrai player has red, it's over. If they have Sabrina, it's over. If they have red or Sabrina, the game ends. And even if they don't, the game still probably ends. Yeah, because they could deal 100 damage to Arceus. That's so hard. It's so hard to come back from. Do they have red? I don't even know if it matters, actually. This is probably a good move regardless. They do have red. That's game. That's game. 170 damage. They've done 170 damage this turn with Darkrai, Red, and Giratina. That deck is too good. That deck is just too good. Well played to Farfetch'd. You know, they took game 1. They put up a very admirable fight. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But, you know, well played to the Giratina player. I mean, they picked a good deck. They're playing a good deck. They played it well. They didn't make any mistakes. I don't really think there was anything the Farfetch player could have done. I mean, small optimizations, but, you know, I don't think anything would have turned the game around massively. Um, the Darkrai player was able to end it so safely, like taking so few risks. I think they could have even eked out another turn somewhere or two if they wanted to. So I think that was very much better deck one. But well played to both players. You know, they both played very well. And what round was that? What round did we just witness? Let me take a look. Just taking a quick peek at the announcements. That was round 5. Okay. So I think there are 3 or 4 more rounds in the Swiss. And by now we should kind of have an idea as to which decks are moving on, and the round should start proceeding a little bit more quickly. Because I think most of the players, you know, most of the players have realized they might win and they're staying in. They're trying to get a gun for the win, or they've dropped. So I think the rounds will start moving a little more quickly. Let's take a look at Limitless and take a peek and see what the standings are like. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. All right. So the 5 and O's, right? And this was round 5, I believe. Were we just watching round 5? I think we're just watching round 5. Yeah, we're just watching round 5. So, wait. Why did Limitless disappear? There we go. It's back, right? Yeah. OBS is being weird today. So the 5 and O's are a Gyarados deck, an Arceus Carnivine deck, nice, and most of the broken decks, right? We got the Giratina Darkrais. Where is my lovely... No! The Dragonite deck took an L? Who defeated my beautiful Dragon... A Carnivine deck. Wow! Kabura Jadulu. The Arceus Carnivine deck took a win off our beloved Dragonite deck. Respect. I mean, you know, they're playing something that's a little bit... They're playing something with 2 Rotoms. I've got to give them... And a Shaman. I have to respect this player. I've got to respect this player. I can't hate on him. Even though they knocked out my beloved Dragonite, I can't hate on him because this is a creative deck. Look at this. They're running 2 different Rotoms and a Shaman. How does this even work? What is this deck? No, I can't hate on this. It's too creative. It's too smart. Yeah, I can't. It's too good. What is this? Obviously, it's Carnivine Arceus, so it's designed to smash Manaphy's and Magikarps, right? But then it's got Rotom sniping. It's got Shaman tech. It has a Dawn for some reason. Actually, that makes a lot of sense because we've seen this a lot where the Arceus has trouble getting energy. And so you use Shaman to retreat the 10 health Carnivine that was hit by a 70 damage attack, because it always gets hit by 70 damage attack. And then you Dawn the energy from the Carnivine to the Arceus. That's smart. 1 Leaf, 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni. Why does it need Giovanni? What is 60 health? Does anything have 60 health anymore? I'm thinking about this. I don't think anything is 60 health. Yeah, no, I'm drawing a blank. I don't know why they have Giovanni. Maybe that's just to kill another Arceus if it doesn't cape? Then why not just play red? Maybe to kill Masquerada? I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's for Masquerada. The Giovanni's a little weird, but I'm sure they have a reason for it. Poke Communicator, that's probably good for some consistency. Cape, 2 Rockies. It's such a weird deck. It doesn't have any theme. It doesn't have any overarching theme. It's just a sea of weird cards that must somehow come together in a beautiful symphony that I just don't understand. Connor, if you're still watching, I would love to see that deck in action. I'm not at all salty that it beat my Dragonite deck. Only a little bit. Only a little bit. I'm a little salty about that, but I have to respect it. Like I said, it's a cool deck. What are with these ads? Can I just kill all the ads? All right, no, I don't want to show people how to do that. There's nothing wrong with it, but ads are important. Ads are important. You need ads because they let people who make websites be able to pay for their servers. Ads are important. I am only going to turn them off temporarily because this is a live stream. Just one moment. There we go. That didn't even kill them. Wow, they've made ads sturdy these days. Be gone. There we go. This website is supported by ads, so if you delete it, it says that. Wow. They've gotten so clever. They've gotten so clever, these ads. It's like they can tell when you delete them. Okay. Now we can go back to the website. No ads. Mysterious. Alright, so... yeah, it's mostly Giratina Darkrai. Unfortunate, but true. No way around it. It is probably the best deck right now. Then you have one Magnezone Meow, that managed to sneak through. You've got a couple Garys, because there were just a lot of them. I said it before, most of them are going to start dropping, but a few of them will get lucky and not brick. There are a few of them. One has a 5-0 record. It is a good deck. It's just, it bricks. And then what else we got? We have a Float Cell Wugtrio make it in. That's somewhat nifty. Anything else? A Gallade deck is doing well. That's kind of cool. More Darkrai Giratinas, gosh darn it. The Rapidash is still in it. Oh my goodness. The Rapidash won their most recent game. They won their most recent game. Round 6 has started. Hold up. Yo, wait. Round 6 has started. Round 6. All right, we've got another game. Give me a second. I'm jumping in. EP, who is amazing and often volunteers to stream. Thank you so much, EP. Everyone, huge props to EP, who is bravely showing us their games when others are not in the mood to stream. Even if Discord is being a little slow for some reason. Come on, Discord. Major props. Major props. We got to cheer for EP, because EP has been showing us their stream nonstop. As soon as Discord will... Stream failed to start. What? 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 Please stand by. We are having some technical difficulties. Apologies, I am unable to see the stream. I don't know if it's on my end. I don't want to say anything else, on the off chance that it's... because I don't want to distract the player if they're playing. Let me try resetting Discord, see if that fixes the problem. They're not streaming currently. I think Discord just lied to me. They're not currently streaming. Okay. They just need another minute to set up. So, we will take a look at some more wonderful statistics to see how this tournament is going. This is the game that we will be looking at momentarily, theoretically. And it seems to be against a Giratina Darkrai deck. What a surprise! I never would have guessed. Whoa, wait, no, that's not what I wanted to show. Gosh darn it, now we're in an infinite loop. I never would have guessed we would be playing against such a deck. Oh my goodness, wait. Who's raiding? Ah, there's a ton of people. Hello! Greetings, all these people who are raiding. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, goodness. So, Explaining what is going on, we are currently in the middle of the PLL, which is a big tournament. Before Ursi Day was the big tournament, there was the PLL. The PLL was like the first one. It's I think 300 400 players. It's a pretty big tournament. It's one of the bigger ones. Currently we're following to try to see if any of the decks can overthrow the tyranny of Giratina Darkrai. And so far, a Rapidash Blaine deck and a Dragonite deck have the potential to make top cut. Yo, Helikari. Yeah, I am a streamer. I mostly do YouTube. But I used to stream a lot more when I was covering Wargroove tournaments, and then the Wargroove scene kind of died a little bit. I mean, there's still folks keeping it alive. They're great folks. I recommend checking them out. But Wargroove as a game kind of it kind of died a little bit. And I switched over to Pokemon, and then I stopped streaming for a while. But yeah, now I'm covering the PLL, so streaming again. Oh, it's so cool you're here. New to Pocket, what are some easy decks to learn? Well, so, I really like the Leafeon Starmie deck. It's this weird deck that I ran, in the LLL tournament recently, and I tried it in ranked. It got me all the way to, like, Ultra Ball 1 or 2. It's a really easy deck. You just need, the old Starmie EX and Eevee Leafeon, and you run solely water energy, just water energy, throw some trainer cards in. I'll probably put like I gave you a follow. I just got my affiliate yesterday and I'm so happy. Yo, congrats, Helikari. That's awesome. You deserve it. 100%. But yeah, easy deck. I recommend the Starmie Leafeon deck. It's super fun. It's pretty easy. You get to play with like evolution stuff. I'll probably put a video out on the whole deck. Like I've been running it in ranked tournaments and stuff. I keep meaning to. It's just I have a huge backlog of stuff I got to do. That's a pretty easy deck. Honestly, the Darkrai Giratina deck is a little bit easy, but it does take some advanced knowledge and planning. It's the most powerful deck right now, but it's a little harder to play because you have to not attack, which is a little weird if you're newer to the game. So yeah, I'd start with Starmie Leafeon. Just give me a sec. I'm trying to figure out why we haven't been able to check out the game. Aha! Okay, they have fixed the stream, and now we're able to watch. So, I'm going to put that back up. And we're back with the tournament. Let's see what happened. Stream is working now. Okay. We are up against... Wait a minute. Gosh darn it. Discord. We are up against... And I apologize to the folks who are just joining in chat. I have this weird Discord bug where it's been causing some issues, but hopefully I will do my best to try to look at the various chats without crashing the Discord again. So we are watching a Giratina Darkrai deck. What? When were we watching a Giratina Darkrai deck? I don't remember that happening, and they're playing against Articuno 18? Goodness. Hold on. Hold on. This is not what I was led to believe. This is not what I was led to believe we were viewing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. So this is the PLL tournament. At least, I think it is. I have some questions if this is actually the round 6 game we were meant to be watching or if someone is trolling me. But this is the PLL. So basically, it's a big tournament. Swiss, and then tomorrow at around the same time will be the final cut. I think it's after the Ursi, so if you wanted to watch the Ursi end this, you could. That looked like a ranked game. I think this person's opponent quit? Yeah, that was just a ranked game. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No! That was legitimately the round! It was actually against an Articuno 18 deck. Okay. I am surprised. But, yeah, apparently. Apparently that was legitimately someone's running an Articuno 18 deck. I just got finished praising the PLL for not doing this, and now someone's doing it. Gosh darn it. Yo, Random Ways! Are you still in it? Oh, that's awesome. Shout out to Random Ways, who's taking part in this tournament. Random Ways is a former Ursi #1 champion, by the way. We haven't got to watch a Random Ways game yet. Random Ways! Gosh darn it! Let's stream one of your games so we can root for you, even if you're playing this Giratina Darkrai nonsense. Alright, so yeah. we're on to game 2, and I mean, it's the most meta deck versus the most Tauros dung deck available. So, who do you root for? Take your pick. I'm gonna root for EP because EP was kind enough to stream for us, and I really appreciate that. Um, so let's root for the Darkrai Giratina deck because we can all agree. I say this as someone who was literally playing this, nay, 30 minutes ago. Articuno 18 is an evil deck. You know it. I know it. It's evil. It's evil. You know, so we kind of got to root for the meta deck in this case. I think. Well, let's see if Darkrai Giratina can thrash the Tauros dung that is Articuno 18. And they're doing pretty good. I mean, they've already gotten one game where Articuno was forced to forfeit. And I think one of the real benefits of Darkrai Giratina versus Articuno is that you're powering up 2 EX Pokemon. So even if they get Misty and get like 1 energy off it, you still have a second Pokemon you can fight with. Possibly a third Pokemon, whereas Articuno by definition only has 2. I think there's a lot... I think this just counters Articuno 18. Like, I don't know how Articuno 18 wins. I don't. You get Misty or you lose. That's it. That's one of the really good things about Darkrai Giratina. You just destroy Articuno decks. I'm actually a little surprised they didn't put the energy on Darkrai there, even if the poke is just going to get healed away. But I think they're planning on retreating Darkrai, and so they just don't want the extra Rocky Helmet damage. Ooh. And they would have gone down had they attacked, because I wasn't looking at the health bars. Yeah, if they had attacked there, well, it wouldn't have been an attack. It would have been a poke. So, yeah, I'm still not sure why they did that, but I'm sure they had a good reason. Professor Oak got them 2 Leafs, which is really awkward because they wanted to use Leaf this turn. That's like the ultimate slap in the face. But they get to poke, retreat, Giratina, and I think this is GG. I think we've just watched 2 very, very fast games of the most powerful deck in the tournament, wiping the floor with the most unfair and with the most balanced, reasonable, and strategic deck in the entire tournament. Can you say that about Articuno with a straight face? Alright, well that was incredibly quick for round 6. I mean, they just destroyed him. There's not much else to say. They just wiped the floor with them. Oh my goodness. Sneaky commentary is, yo, Disobeyed, welcome back. Yes, you get to see my face after years of wondering. I hope I do not disappoint too much. Oh my goodness. Bro, use ad blocker. There's a whole thing where I don't use ad blocker. Like, I want the people who made Limitless to earn money off my using Limitless, because I appreciate they're letting me use the site for free, you know? That's kind of the idea. Let me just quickly take a look at the YouTube chat. Alright, we're gonna switch back and forth. Alright, I'm up to date on all the chats. So, somebody asked me what deck to play when you're just getting used to the game. We have some time before the next round, so I can show you. I'm probably going to put out a vid on this deck, but I have no idea if you're subscribed to me on YouTube or not, so let's just play a game with it. And I'll show you what... This is an awesome deck. Anyone can run it. It's a lot of fun. Let me just get that online real quick. Which button do I press? This button? Yes, there we go. Not Articuno 18. I would never play this deck. What? Psh, don't look at that. No, we're going to go into random match, and I'm going to pick this deck. And just to kind of show you what it's like. This is a really fun one. And it's a really easy deck. Anyone can run it. It has some strategy, like you can play it at a very high level, like a competitive level. I've won tournaments with this. I was actually doing a scrim with some players where we all bring 2 decks and just keep playing until one team runs out of players, like I don't know what it is, gym battle style or something. I dominated. I won the most games, and I was using this deck for most of them. Like this is really, really good deck. It's not going to beat Giratina Darkrai. It's not going to, you know, take you to Master Ball, but it could get you to Ultra Ball. It could get you to Ultra Ball. You could beat your friends with it. It's a really fun deck. Yeah, let's... And this is me playing right now. The round ended very quickly. We've got some time before the next round, because Giratina Darkrai just obliterates Articuno 18. It's not even a challenge. All right, so I'm going first. Obvious bit of a disadvantage, with energy and everything, but that's fine. I've got two Leafeons in my hand. We're gonna get some evolutions. They're starting out unknown, which is kind of cool, actually. I like that. Yeah, you can pick my deck or your deck and look at the top card. They're probably running some sort of Mewtwo thing. It's really nifty. I like unknown. I wish it was a little better. If it was just a little better, I still wish I was kept a mystery. Yeah, no, I feel you disobeyed. Honestly, I would have liked to keep it a mystery a little bit longer, but if I'm gonna cast this kind of thing, I have to show my face. There's no avoiding it. So, don't worry, I'm still plenty sneaky. This is just a disguise. For all you know, this is an AI-generated model. Just saying. Who really wears hats anymore? I like hats. Okay. So there's some like really crazy things you can do. Like I could give energy to either Leafeon, for example. Or I could give it to myself and then give the Starmie energy. And then I end my turn here. And then if I get Starmie and want to switch into Starmie, I could use the free energy to retreat Leafeon into Starmie and knock out the Pokemon. Or I could just give Leafeon 2 energy by giving it a water energy and a leaf energy. Like, this deck has so much craziness. And even though I'm up against, like, Giratina, Unknown, whatever, I think I can beat it. Possibly. We'll see what I draw. It depends. Secretly a PNG. Yeah, this is a PNG. Can't you tell? Like, look at all the pixels. Would a Bulbasaur this adorable exist in real life? It's too cute. It can't be real. All right, so yeah, we're just going to take out the unknown here. So Forest Breath, I give myself energy. Water energy, right? Or do I try to snipe the Giratina? We could. There's an argument to be made I should snipe the Giratina here, actually. Yeah, because I want to start damaging that as soon as possible, and the unknown's easy to take out. It's not really hurting me. So let's go for the Giratina. And this is one of the fun things about this deck. You can just mess with your opponent with lots of control cards, like Sabrina, Cyrus. I love playing Sabrina. I can't tell you how happy it makes me when I get to just snatch something from the bench and pull it onto the front. It's the sneakiest thing you can do in this game. It's so much fun. Yeah, I'm hoping for round 7 we can watch the Dragonite player. I think they only have 1 loss, and there are 3 more rounds. So if the Dragonite player can keep winning, they might make it to top cut, and then they could take the tournament. What? Oh, they played red. Ooh, decisions. Decisions, because I had put the energy on the Starmie instead of the Leafeon. You see? You see, arguably a mistake. Or not. No, I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing the whole time. I don't make mistakes with this deck. Okay, watch this. This is so cool. I give myself an energy. I give myself an energy. I retreat. And I've won this game. There's nothing they can do now. They might surrender any second. So yeah, this is a really fun deck. I highly recommend players play. I'll probably, again, I'll put out a video on it explaining, how it works, all the different strategies you can use with it and stuff, but honestly, if you don't want to watch that, I don't care. You don't have to. Just rip this deck. It's so much fun. Starmie, Leafeon, that's it. And, I optimize the trainers and everything. I think my version of the deck is the best, but it's so much fun. Because you just attack so quickly, and you can switch and retreat your Pokemon super easily, and then you can switch their Pokemon super easily. This is the deck to play if you're just starting out. This is absolutely the deck to play if you're just starting out, 100%. Yeah, but I don't care. You see what they're doing? They're trying to stall, but I don't care. I give myself energy. It doesn't matter. Right? There's this. There's this. And in case you're wondering why I'm doing this, so generally, even if you think you're going to win, it's arguably best practice in games to make all the right moves anyway, just in case you miss something. This has come up a few times, actually, where, you're in a tournament and you're playing really quickly and you think you win and you just press a button and then you lose because you didn't kill them because you forgot about blue or something and you didn't take the rest of your turn. So that's why you'll see players finish their turn and you might think, oh, they're BMing, they're stalling. They're not. They're doing the right thing as competitive players. In case you ever see somebody do that, that's what's going on. So yeah, for whoever asked, who was that? Magic. Yeah, so Magic. Absolutely. I recommend just playing that deck if you're just starting out. Tree Hugger. Have any favorite Pokemon? Yes. I love Gengar quite a lot. Gengar is one of my favorite Pokemon. I like most of the dragons and most of the ghosts. In case you can't tell by my name, some of my personality might be in that name. Dragons and ghosts. I love Dragonite. The Dragapult line. Giratina. Weirdly, not one of my favorites. It's just like a giant centipede. I don't know. I feel like it should be the Cthulhian horror type, not the ghost type or the dragon type. I don't know. But yeah, I like what Giratina embodies. I just don't like how it looks. But Mimikyu is the greatest Pokemon to ever be created, and you will not convince me otherwise. Alright, let me see how we're doing on the next round. Somebody said something. Do you want to battle? Oh, yeah, heck yeah. Okay, one of the people in the tournament, EP, who has been streaming, has challenged me to a fight. I think they're using Darkrai Giratina, and I'm going to get wrecked, but let's try it! Let's see, we got to find a good deck. What beats Darkrai Giratina? You get to see all my decks. What do we got here? I guess this, right? The Weevil thing. This theoretically, you know, it's got a Rocket Grunt in there. Kind of needs red, doesn't it? I have a red now. Maybe I get rid of like a cape or something for red. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get rid of a cape, and we'll add in a red, so we could do a little more damage. Yeah, red. Okay, I have exactly one of them. All right, yeah, we're gonna fight EP, who's been really cool, and we've been following them for a couple games in this tournament so far. They've been doing pretty well. Private match against. Okay, colon EEPY. Battle. No, that's not the deck. Nope. Like I said, great deck for beginners, doesn't work against Darkrai Giratina. That's the one thing it doesn't really. You have to get super lucky. If you get super lucky, you can win, but I wouldn't play that against Darkrai Giratina. That's a nope. Yeah, add a red. Gotcha. Only an AI would wear a hat. Exactly. Kobe gets it. Kobe gets it. By best, you mean the creepiest. Yeah, Mimikyu is the best. Mimikyu is the most adorable and the creepiest. And that is like a double trophy that is so hard to obtain. How do you be the cutest and the creepiest at the same time? Mimikyu is just awesome. It's the best Pokemon. That's all I can say. Mimikyu is the best Pokemon. I bet that if we played this game against each other, we'd do what we do in more group friendlies. Yes, disobeyed. We would. 100%. Cutest? Yeah, it's so cute. It's so cute, Helikari. If anyone on YouTube is wondering who I'm talking to, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I don't have the thing that combines the chats. One day we will obtain that. Ooh, what do we got here? Pokeball first. Maybe I get Darkrai. Yeah, okay. And we do this. I don't want to fight that, Georgian. Oak. We'll oak this. Okay. I'm digging the tech. I'm digging what we're putting down. I think we have some options. Here. At least now I finally match the deck I'm playing. Like I'm clearly a dark type today. And so this deck kind of works for that. Let me see. I could kill this now. Do I want to kill this now? Yeah, let's kill it now. Might as well. Might as well. Surprise attack! Wahahaha! Dawn is also very sneaky because your opponent doesn't think you have enough damage, and then suddenly you just have a little bit more. Very nice. Yeah, a Darkrai Weevil is one of the few things that can stand up to Giratina. The problem is, it's not as consistent. It's not as consistent as Giratina. And that's kind of the reason that if you try to climb with Darkrai Weevil, it'll take a lot of games. I mean, maybe you can optimize the deck better than I have. I haven't played with this deck as much as I've played with some of my other ones, but it's a climb. It's an effort. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Not what I expected. Yeah, they're putting the stall on me. Okay. Okay. We have an array of options to choose from. This is actually a difficult turn. Because I could do this, and I'd probably get that one. Because I don't think they have Leaf, just based on how they're playing. So they'd bring this in, let me poke it, but then they'd probably take me out, right? But they don't have enough cards to have red. So I think I'd live. Let's do it. There's an argument to be made that I poke, retreat, attack with wheat. No, I gotta... yeah, no, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. And do I want Sabrina Stall in the form of this? Probably not. Cyrus will choose that no matter what. It'll let me choose this in terms of Sabrina, but then I would just want Darkrai. So I don't play it. Yeah, yeah. Is that this is one of those weird situations where you have Professor Oak and then don't play it, and I legitimately think that's the right move. Because I need to use my magical power. They top decked red. They had 2 cards! They had 2 cards! How did they have red? Oh. That might be game. That might be game. Yeah, no. There's only one possible future in which we win. There is only one possible future. Maybe if we say the motto. Prepare for trouble. And in the form of heads. And please make it double. 1. Yes! Giratina blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now. It's too late to fight. Oh, heck yeah, we got him. Team Rocket coming in clutch. Let's go. It's because I'm wearing the hat. I mean, I'm basically a Team Rocket grunt right now. They're gonna have to retreat it. Unless that one card is red card or Mars, we win. Because I've got 2. I've got 2. Yeah, we win. GG. We got this. We got this. They could still play, right? What are the odds? What are the odds that one card... Yep, nope, we win. We win. Team Rocket won that game. Team Rocket literally won that game. This is as dark type as it gets right here. GG. Let's go. We took down Giratina Darkrai Judge. I mean, to be fair, I was playing the counter and I drew all the right cards. If we were to play 10 games, I probably wouldn't win more than 4. I probably wouldn't win more than 4 out of 10. Giratina Darkrai is a better deck than this, but this is a deck that does have the capacity to beat it if you draw the right cards early. But I don't think it beats it more often than half. Like, even in this game, and I got everything I needed, I still had to get Team Rocket Grunt for that to work. Though they got the clutch red, but still. Yeah, no, Giratina Darkrai's scary. It's such a good deck. It's such a good deck. Definitely one of the best decks. I'm going to check in with the tournament staff and see you in the next game. We got Random Ways. Oh, yo, Helikari, if you're still around, one of the Ursi Day champions is going to be who we're watching next. Random Ways. I think I did an interview with them at some point. Yeah, no, Random Ways is really cool. Random Ways is really cool. They like have Pokemon art that their daughter made. I think they showed it during the interview. Random Ways is awesome. All right, we're going to be following them for the next round. Awesome. GG. Just typing real quickly. Yeah, honestly, I got lucky. Giratina Darkrai is a better deck, but you can beat it sometimes with Darkrai Weevil, as we've demonstrated. EP is a little sad about the grunts. I am sorry. I am so happy about the grunts. I literally said, prepare for trouble, make it double, and by that I mean 2 heads, and we got 2 heads. High five. Does Gengar have fingers? Gengar has 3 fingers, right? I don't know why I think this, but it's like in my head that Gengar has 3 fingers. Am I gonna regret Googling this? Hold on. We're Googling this. How many fingers does Gengar have? It's 3, right? Yeah, Gengar, AI overview, Gengar has 3 fingers on each hand. I knew it. And each foot, apparently. Huh. Called it. The motto worked. The motto did work. The motto 100% worked. All right, yeah, we're just waiting on the next round. While we're doing that, I'm going to play a game of ranked because I am literally a win away. From Ultra Ball 3. And I would never, ever, ever play this deck, but I'm going to. Because we're evil today. I wouldn't. I would never do this. Never in a million years. But, you know, I really want to get to Ultra Ball 3, gosh darn it. So, we're going to give it a try. Alright, no Misty. We've got Oak. So not bad. Alright, it's a Sprig. Ooh, Sprig Executor. That's a little rough. Yeah, that's a little rough with no Misty. I mean, I am playing the evil deck, so I probably got some bad karma coming to me. But we're gonna try. I really want Ultra Ball 3. It's 1 win away. It's 1 win away. We're so close. We're so very close. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we'll just play this. You don't have any evolutions yet, which is good. I guess I don't play Pokeball yet, because I might need it later. Yeah, no Misties. Unfortunate. Oh, they got the tree. Oh, they got the cry for help. This isn't looking too good. I'm not sure if we're gonna make it. I gotta pull the Articuno so that Oak has a better chance of giving me something good. Cape? Potion? Eh. I'm sorry to say that this is not looking fantastic at the moment. But We're making attempts. We're making attempts. The reason I put Articuno down is because my hand size was getting too big, and I'm worried about like a Mars or red card or something. A Sabrina can still mess with me and would be really annoying, but I'm hoping that they only have Cyrus. Okay. It's not too bad. I've got a million Cyrus. Let's see. I'm gonna put Cape here because I'm worried about Masquerada plus red. And arguably Sabrina, but I'm not sure. I think I Sabrina because I have a million techs in my hand. So yeah, I think Sabrina is the right call. That way, that Sprigato has to evolve or it goes down. If they give me eggs, I kill eggs. If they give me the Mousker, then it goes down in 2 hits. So I think Sabrina is the right move no matter what. And if they... Really? That is literally the one thing I thought for sure they would not do. Because this could let me win the game. They must have Erica. They must have Erica. Otherwise, this is just insane. Why? Literally any other move would have been reasonable, but... No Erica? They must have Potion. They must have Cape. They must have something. I win the game unless they do something. Yeah, okay, Cape. Okay, good. I was like, what's going on? No, you gotta put it on the other... Are they just gonna give me the Sprigato? Are they just gonna give it to me? I'm confused by my opponent's moves, but... Oh, they got heads. Darn it. That's not so good. But... Yeah, it's not so bad either. This is... GG. I don't know why they did that. They literally didn't have to do that. That was just insane. But... 3-point turn! Let's go! 3-point turn hype. Ultra Ball 3, I guess. I'll take a 3-point turn. I'll absolutely win the game in 1 turn. Thank you. Yeah, no, that was a straight up misplay. I don't know why they did that. I'm not sure why they did that. I don't know. Maybe they were thinking that Oak would give them something, but and they could have lived if they just put the cape on the Sprig. But I don't know why they put it on the other Executor. Maybe they just forgot how that worked. I don't know. I don't know, but good game. Yeah, we're in Ultra Ball 3. Oh yeah. All right. So Random Ways has mysteriously disappeared. But we will get to watch somebody else for the next round. So, that's what we're doing. That's quite enough of my shenanigans. Let's go watch some more PLL. Round 7, I believe. Just give me 1 moment. I am activating the PLL. Yes, yes. Wonderful. Why is it not the right size? Let's fix that. Okay. Whoa, Discord lag. Okay. Yeah, no, I think the person's phone is lagging a little bit, but that's all right. Okay, so we've got Darkrai versus Palkia. Oh, Palkia! This was one of the weirdo decks I was rooting for. Is this the Palkia Giratina deck? If so, I wanted to see that one. That was one of the interesting ones. Whoa. Low latency Misty. Yeah, no, you need good latency to roll heads. Low latency never gets heads. Just doesn't work. Whoa! I think Palkia has bent space and made it very difficult to see the screen. Once again, I do apologize, but there's not much I could do. Wait, no, their stream is coming in clear now. Okay, their internet was fixed. Their internet seems to have been fixed. It is coming in clear now. We're good. Okay. That was interesting. Okay, so I do apologize. I can't control this, but the player's internet seems to be wavering back and forth. Or the Discord stream is, one of those two, and I cannot make it in higher resolution. But we have an epic game before us. So, Palkia and Giratina versus Darkrai and Giratina. I'm rooting for Palkia, personally. I think Palkia is a way cooler deck, because it's not Darkrai Giratina, and that's at least more exciting. Palkia gives them the ability to use Irida to heal, and you can heal the Palkia and the Giratina, making them really tanky, really scary, combine that with some capes. It's basically a healing deck, whereas Darkrai Giratina, you know what Darkrai Giratina is. So it's the most meta deck versus kind of a healing twist on the most meta deck. I like the healing twist. I want to really see this kind of Palkia deck come forward and take the tournament away from this common Darkrai Giratina menace. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So far, it looks like Darkrai is just powering up to rush down Palkia. Meanwhile, the Palkia player is powering up their stuff in the back. They're just trying to stall the Darkrai as much as possible. We see Cape go down, right? It looks like they're going to try to tank the full combo from Darkrai, the poke plus the 80, so 100 damage, even with red, 120 damage. Palkia can live that. So if they get a leaf, they could swap it into their Giratina next turn, start swinging, then bring in their big Palkia, start swinging again. So lots of power in the back, although I think they're running out of cards a little bit. But yeah, really cool strategy from the Palkia player. I like how they're trying to work around this Darkrai Giratina meta. And now the Darkrai player's thinking, because they're realizing, hold on, I can't kill this. No matter what I do, I can't kill this. They're not attacking. Yeah, that was smart. They realized that they couldn't kill it and decided to power up Giratina and instead play it safe. But that was smart, but it was also risky, because it gives them more chances to draw Leaf. If they don't have Leaf, if they couldn't make a play, I don't know, was that the right move? Hard to say. You've just given them more time. You know, it's a trade-off we make in these games. Do you want to play it safe, or do you want to be aggressive? And you really have to commit to the decision, because you don't always know the right answer. Giant Cape on the Giratina, that'll keep it nice and bulky. Can't use it on the Darkrai, because it already has Rocky Helmet. And they're starting to put more Darkness Energy on the Darkrai down there. Get the poke on the Palkia. Here's red, and with red, they can take it out. So clearly they made the right call. Clearly they made the right call last turn, because they still get to kill the Palkia. And they got to power up their Giratina. They did the right thing. 100%. Very smart. Very smart. Alright, now Palkia's coming in. Palkia will be able to destroy the Darkrai. But with a twist, Palkia will have to discard most of its energy. And this is where the game kind of gets really interesting. I want to let you hear a little bit of the music, because I think the music's hype for this. So, what exactly are they going to do? What's the sequence of events here? Anticlimactic. Well played. I guess they just didn't have it. Yeah, no, I was thinking Palkia attacks, they bring something in, Palkia lives, retreat, Leaf retreat into Giratina, take it out, but maybe they didn't have the tech, because I think you needed a Cyrus and a Leaf over the course of 2 turns to do that. Maybe they just didn't have it. Maybe they just didn't have it, I don't know. I think there was a chance. I think there was a chance for sure. Game's gonna black out for just a second. Alright, here we go. Game's coming back. Alright, so once again, the Darkrai player gets a Darkrai. A Darkrai! I never would have guessed! Ooh. And the Palkia player gets a Palkia. There's so many Darkrai Giratinas in this tournament. We've been focusing on, like, a bunch of different decks, trying to get, like, a variety, you know, but this is what the tournament actually looks like, not just the games I've been showing. I've been showing you the Dragonite decks, the Farfetch decks, the Rapidash Blaine decks. Realistically, most of the tournament is this. Most of it is Giratina Darkrai's. I'm very excited for Gira to be dethroned. I would like to see something come in and sweep it off the map, because Giratina is just, it's too good. It's too good! Misty failed again. Really unfortunate. I feel like this player has failed Misty both times now. They could attack with Palkia, but they take 20 damage, so just Giratina Energy, probably the right move. Oh, and the Oak comes out. Yeah, no. The Darkrai Giratina player with our golden God card. Literally the God card. I mean, it's Arceus and it's golden. I don't know how... That's a flex. That is the ultimate flex right there. They're just... I don't know if the Palkia player can bring it back from this. It's a very tough position. Very tough position. Okay, another Misty. This could be how you bring it back. Just gotta get heads. And another one. And another one. Well, 2 is good. That's enough to wipe out the Darkrai this turn. Are they gonna do it? That's 1 energy down. Yeah, they're going for it. All right. Hitting back against the meta deck. That will be 20 damage and counterattack, but all of the bench Pokemon are damaged. Huge Cyrus potential, but this deck isn't running Cyrus. I remember looking at it earlier, because I was like, how does this deck work? It doesn't run Cyrus. So, I don't think they could take advantage of the damaged backline, unfortunately. It's brutal. That's unfortunate. Yeah, without... I don't know why they decided not to run Cyrus. I think that was just a deck building glitch, error, possibly. Because they have 2 Iridas, like they planned on this being a healing deck, but you can't really heal that successfully against this. Ooh, and they got Marsed! So their draw is reduced. That's rough. Yeah, even with the Misty, it's a tough game. It's possible now. It's possible. They could take this. They could take this, but they've got to figure out a way to build up enough power to take out enough Pokemon in time. Palkia needs 3 energies, but their Giratina is gonna come back. Yeah, sorry, the Discord connection's a little choppy. It's on their end, I think. I can't fix that. The Giratina is gonna come back way before they can attach 4 energies to this Pokemon. There are no more Misties. Not much they can do. Maybe like a Dawn or something. I think they have like a Dawn in the deck, but we'll see. Okay, Leaf. So they're gonna build it up on the back line and sacrifice something first. Golden Palkia versus Golden Arceus. Let's go. Battle of Space versus Battle of Reality. And Giratina gets another energy, double power in the back. I like this play. And if they have another Leaf come in, if they top deck it, they could retreat into power. They could retreat into Giratina, swing. Good stuff from the Palkia player. I think they're close to better than even at this point. They might even win. Come on, Palkia player. Nah, someone should root for the other player too. It's, you know, it's just I like to root against the meta. Down with the meta. Yeah. Alright, so with energy on Arceus, we could see Arceus attack as soon as next turn. We could see it retreat into Giratina, who could attack. They're probably deciding like which Giratina they want to power right now. Ooh, Sabrina. I think you feed Giratina here, right? Because it can retreat. It's got enough energy. Yeah. Yeah, it was just too risky. But this will stop the Dawn play, because you can't Leaf and Dawn in the same turn. So if they realized that the Dawn play was possible, 300 IQ. But that was Oak, not Dawn. I don't think they had Dawn, so it worked out. Pokeball. Good for the reduction. Good for the reduction. They're just kind of playing for that win. They're playing for the win con. They're just sort of circling each other like sharks, waiting to be able to attack. Giratina can attack next turn and wipe out Arceus. Arceus cannot wipe out Giratina. No. The hat. They drew the hat card. I should put like an R on this. They drew the hat card. Are they gonna play it? Are they gonna play it? Are we preparing for trouble? Is there the possibility of making it double? They're thinking. This is why the rounds have been going long, too. I suspect it's entirely due to the Giratina decks. I suspect that this is the reason. Hold on, I got a little... Alright, I'm not going to click on it. I've learned my lesson. Just because someone's pinging me, I should not click on it until the game is over, otherwise the screen is going to disappear. Very intense. But you could have... But that... Maybe they thought further ahead than I did. I think they still could have won, but alright. 1-1. The Darkrai player surrendered. Why didn't they play Team Rocket Grunt? I don't think they could have... I don't know. The game's gonna disappear for just a second. Does anyone know what happened? Does anyone know what happened? I have no idea why they surrendered. Does anyone know why they surrendered? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. All right. Let me pull up game 3. Give me a second. Pulling up game 3. Okay, I don't know what happened, but we're on game 3 now. This is it. Winner takes all. Winner is the true Giratina player. This has failed every single time so far, but we got a heads now. Just one. Still. The early Misty has gotten tails every time. I think a second Misty got some amount of heads game 2. But that's really good for Palkia. It gets early damage, which is huge. That thing is marked for a Cyrus that I keep forgetting they do not have in their deck. Why don't you run, Cyrus? Anyway. They probably have a reason. I like Cyrus so I don't understand why you wouldn't run Cyrus if you literally have a Pokemon that just damages the entire bench. Just nukes the bench. Anyway. Alright, so it's a pretty similar situation to last game, except Misty did go off, which means the Palkia player is going to have a bit of an advantage. But they don't have Giratina this time, so they're not building up that back pressure. A second Palkia on the bench doesn't really mean anything because you're not putting energy on it. It's maybe a Misty target, but that's it. Meanwhile, the Darkrai player has 2 Darkrais, an overpowered Pony of the Universe, and the Death Centipede. So it's entirely possible that they can simply sweep this game with what they got. Alright, they haven't put any energy on their front Darkrai. That front Darkrai is a sacrifice to Palkia. If they can retreat it, great. If not, they're willing to let it go down and just bring in their back sweepers. That's sort of the play right now. And short of a Misty, Palkia is not taking it out anytime soon. In fact, I'm not even sure if you would use Misty in this situation on the front Palkia, because it's about to go down, and then what do you do? And this is the problem. The energy is building too quickly on the Giratina, but the Palkia player, through sheer bad luck, honestly, just doesn't have a Giratina. They have fewer basic Pokemon in their deck, so they have a higher chance of drawing Giratina specifically, but have not drawn it. But we get to see the Irida. Yeah, that is the feature of their deck that we haven't really gotten to see so far. But the whole reason they built their deck with Palkia like this and no Cyrus is because they're running healing cards. So getting to see the healing cards in action is pretty cool. Getting to see them actually potentially matter and prevent like a KO threat is also pretty cool. If they can continue to heal the Palkia and it can just chip down the Darkrai with Slash, we could see the ultimate move just being used as a finish. Ooh, Rocky Helmet kind of stops that though. Yeah, Rocky Helmet's gonna put an end to that. Smart play. You want to just slash me down? I don't think so. I'm wearing a Rocky Helmet. That's a good move. That's a good move. And by the way, for anybody watching, the finals will be at, it's announced in the PLL thing. I think they have something time-stamped. It's 8 p.m. Eastern Time. A little bit of math in my head here. I think that's 5 p.m. Pacific Time. Midnight GMT? Potentially. I don't know. let me know if all my time zones are correct. Let me know if none of those were correct. But I'm pretty sure that at some variant of those times, if I've spoken correctly, we're going to see the final cut. And it is after the Ursi, so you could watch the Ursi and watch the final cut of this if you wanted to. Actually, Random Ways, who won the Ursi, actually ripped a deck off the final cut of PLL right before they... So that's an option. That's an option. The PLL is great inspiration for decks to bring to the Ursi, because usually players will test the meta here and then bring the deck over there. So keep an eye out. That's all I'm saying. Honestly, if I somehow got a Giratina before tomorrow, I would enter that Dragonite deck in the Ursi. That Dragonite deck was fire. I really want to play it, but I need a Giratina that I don't have. I'm not checking my Wonder Picks. I'm casting a tournament. I'm not checking my Wonder Picks. You're checking your Wonder Picks. Come on, Giratina. I'm amazed I didn't get one during the whole, like, sneak peek event. I got some cool stuff, but no Giratina. No, I still don't have one. They just don't appear in Wonder Picks. These Giratinas. I don't know. Alright, so Palkia has been getting off pretty well on those heals. It's at 170. It's a slash away from killing Darkrai. And then there's enough energy on the back Palkia that it could activate its Exodia move and wipe something out. But Giratina, smart, using the cape, 170, that's enough to survive Palkia unless they have red. So they would have to play red to finish off that Giratina. And now we see how the game is going to go. Now we see how the game is going to go. Palkia wipes out Darkrai. Giratina wipes out Palkia, probably with red. Palkia wipes out Giratina or doesn't. That's it. Right now, I think this player is doing the same math I just described. And we've seen them spontaneously surrender if they think the math works against them. But I would play this out. You know, there's so many things that could happen. There's so many cards you could draw, they could draw, people could make a mistake, you know. But they're right now, they're going through everything I was saying and calculating different possibilities, different choices, branches, options. They got 20 seconds left. But eventually, they're going to come to the conclusion that they have a win con, and they're going to move for it. Or they're going to surrender. Ooh! Okay, we see the Leaf swap. They're going into Darkrai. They've just lost the game. They've just lost the game. Did they forget how Palkia works? Wait a minute. Or maybe that was a respectful surrender, I don't know, but that's 4 points. They forgot, maybe they forgot Palkia did that it damages the bench for 20, but that's GG. It might have been a respectful surrender. I'm not sure. And maybe that was a respectful surrender, or maybe they just forgot, but... Wow! The Palkia player won! I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I didn't see that coming. But the Palkia player won. This is awesome. The meta is being thrashed by the rambunctious newcomer. Let's take a look at the statistics on Limitless. Let's take a look at the statistics on Limitless, because I would like to see just how well everyone's shaping up right now. That was round 7, so there are, I believe, 1 or 2 more rounds remaining before we get to top cut. So we can probably find exactly who the players are who have the ability to move on. Or at least, we can definitely see some people who are moving on. Like, if you're undefeated at this point, you're moving on. That's just a certainty. Give me a second. I'm going to put that on the screen. One moment, per favore. Let's see. There we go. Okay. All right. So, we see some ties. There are like a lot of ties. Was I wrong about the number of rounds? How are there this many ties? Did the Giratinas just wipe themselves out? How are there so many ties? This doesn't even take the previous round into consideration. Okay, given the fact that literally nobody is undefeated, I thought this was a 300-person tournament. How are there only 176? Am I looking at the wrong one? Am I looking at the wrong one? Hold on a second. Pocket League number 26. No, this is it. Wow. I thought this was a 300-person tournament. Did like a ton of people drop? Half the people registered dropped. Wow. All right, so there are probably going to be fewer rounds than I calculated. Yeah, I bet these were agreed upon ties. Hold on. Let me check the announcements. I want to check the announcements and see where we're at here. I have been pinged. EP just pulled a Giratina. Wow! EP just pulled a Giratina. I feel like I have been mocked. I feel like I have been mocked. He's been looking for one to wonder pick. I have been looking for one to wonder pick. Oh my goodness. Oh wait. Yo, if I add you, does that mean it'll appear in wonder pick? It's immersive. You can't pull immersives in wonder pick. No, it wouldn't work. Oh, I feel. Oh my goodness. Well, congrats for EP. Super congrats for EP. They deserve it. They were streaming their games. They played me in PvP. EP's been cool. They deserve an immersive Giratina. You see, if you watch the stream and participate. No, that's not true. That's not true. Oh my goodness, don't quote me on that. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. This is the thing streamers say. It's not a watching the stream will not result in immersive Giratinas. Oh my god. All right, yeah. So hold on a second, because that might have been the last round. That might have been the last round. I'm taking a look. I'm gonna see if there's another round. How many rounds? Was that the last one? I think there's one more. I think there's one more round, but I'm finding out. Just in case that was the last round, for anybody who's wondering, the top 32, I believe, yeah. The top 32 will take place tomorrow at 12 p.m. Sorry, 12 at midnight GMT, or 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time. So definitely check it out. It will not be at the same time as Ursi Day, so you don't need to decide between the two. And it'll be really cool. I'm really hoping the Dragonite deck makes it. Let me see where it is right now. The Dragonite deck is in the top 32. Let me see. If they win their next game, the Dragonite deck could remain in the top 32. I'm hoping. Oh my goodness, I'm hoping. There is the potential. There is the potential for the Dragonite deck to remain in the top 32 and make it to top cut. It's right on the cusp. It just has to win. It just has to win their current game, and they make top cut. But yeah, it's looking like there's a Gary deck, another Gary deck. Some of the Frog player, Allo made it. Yo, let's go. Allo's likely to make it. Did they? Their game is also in progress. Okay, so there are a few things that are still in progress. I think anything with 5-1 probably made it. Random Ways! Yo, Random Ways is looking pretty good. They're running the Darkrai Giratina, of course, but yeah. Let's see how they're doing. Okay, yeah. Loss, win, and tie. I think that was like an agreed tie. So, Random Ways is looking pretty sharp. Let's go. Yeah, I think there are 8 rounds. I think there's one more round. One more round tonight. Yep, one more round. One more round. Okay, but a lot of players are doing intentional draws. So they're trying to find someone. They're trying to find someone to stream. There might not be anyone to stream round 8. I think this is a good point to wrap it up though. Thank you everybody for stopping by. This was a super awesome stream, and actually the first time I've shown my face. Surprise. This is the first time I've shown my face in like 5 years. I am terrified. Please don't hunt me down or say terrible things about me. I'd appreciate it if you not do that. I'm just here to love Pokemon. They're awesome. They're adorable. Don't be mean to the Pokemon. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you had fun. Same time tomorrow, we're going to be doing the top cut. I really hope the Dragonite deck makes it. I'm going to keep streaming until we find out if the Dragonite deck makes it. I think, but I'm not sure if there's going to be any more games. If there is another game, I will stream it. But I'm not sure if there's going to be any more games. But I'm going to keep the stream going until we find out, because I want to know if Dragonite made it. I want to know. I gotta find out. So we're gonna kind of stalk the Dragonite player and see if they made it. Oh, did the Rapidash deck make it? They're ranked 27. Go! Rapidash player made it. If they agree to a tie, if they do an ID, an intentional draw, the Rapidash player will make day 2. Oh my goodness, the Blaine deck is gonna make game. The Blaine deck is gonna make it. Yes, we got the Blaine deck. We might have the Dragonite deck. We might have the Dragonite deck. Oh, this is so hype. We might have it. It's entirely possible that the Rapidash deck could make game 2. Because they're 5-2. Yeah, it depends what happens on their last game. It really depends what happens on their last game. Hold on. Yes! Oh, can we watch? We might get to watch. Okay, we get to watch. I take everything back. The stream's not over. I hope nobody left. We get to watch the Dragonite deck. We actually get to watch the Dragonite deck. Do I keep showing my Twitch by accident? Do I keep doing that? No, the Limitless thing is off now. Okay, good. We might get to watch the Dragonite deck in round 8 to find out if they get to move on or not to day 2. I can't think of a better way to end this stream. I legitimately cannot think of a better way to end this. Hold on, let me just grab my Gengar. All right. All ready to watch. Let's do it. To prepare the world for devastation, to make them concede against our nation. How did I not read that earlier? That is hilarious. I'm rooting for the Dragonite. Heck yeah. Oh, this is exciting. All right, so Connor has reached out to the Dragonite player to see if we can watch their final game, which will be round 8. But it depends. It depends, because the current round is round 7 and they're still fighting. So they have to win their current game. But if they win their current game, they'll be 5-2. Then they have a chance to move on. They're fighting Watashi wa Kunji? My name is Kunji, I guess? I'm not sure. Unless that means something in Japanese that I'm not aware of. I'm gonna Google this. Hopefully it's not something obscene. Wait, hold on. Let me just Google this real quick. My Japanese is not good enough to know if that means something. I think it's just a name. Japanese Kunji doesn't have a direct meaning, appears to be typo or misspelling of a related term. It might just be a name. Legit, might just be saying my name is Kunji. Well, I don't know why that wouldn't be like Boku no Namae wa wakarimasen deshita. Anyway. Yeah, so it super depends if the Dragonite player can win their game. If they can, we get to watch them. If they lose, they're not going to make game 2, and then they might not play a game. So, we're eagerly await. Oh, no. They didn't win. They're not going to make game 2. Sorry, they're not going to make day 2. That's their 3rd loss. But what about the Rapidash player? Oh, that's super sad. I was rooting for the Dragonite player. They went so far. They did so well. That was such a cool deck. But They weren't able to do it. They had 4 straight wins in a row and then 3 straight loses. They lost to Arceus Carnivine, Gyarados Manaphy, and Giratina Darkrai. That's so brutal. They were on a 4 winning streak. They beat Frogx Lulu's Gyarados deck, but Watashi wa Kunji-san doshite. Yeah, no. Kuji sounds like Koji, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Kinda does. Alright, well, we are gonna watch a game for round 8. It's sadly not the Dragonite player. I guess Rapidash is our last hope of a gimmick player making it. I'm gonna take a peek, see if the Rapidash player has survived. Just take a little peek. They did! Yo, the Rapidash player beat the Gallade player! Rapidash, the Blaine deck is still in it! Whoa! The Blaine deck has not lost. There is still hope. There is still hope for a crazy deck. Oh my goodness. Gengar is very excited. There's still hope. There's still hope. This thing is so fluffy. It's a beanbag. I don't know if you could tell, but it's just filled with beans. It's just a bean Gengar. It's amazing. All right, I'm gonna put it back and stop getting distracted because I got casting to do. All right. Face the... Ow. No. Okay. There we go. The Rapidash deck is still in it. I'm going to see if we can follow the Rapidash deck. We might be watching someone else for round 8. It seems like there's potentially a Gary deck. I'm not sure. Give me a minute. Oh, yo, EP also posting adorable pictures of plushies. That's so cute. Got the Eevee and the Chansey. Okay. Let's see. What's going on right now? There seems to be a discussion about a secret tournament. I think EP and Connor are both trolling. Okay. Let me see. Round 8 hasn't started yet. All right, so we are gonna watch one game for round 8, and then we'll call it. I think the game we're gonna watch might be a Gary deck. It could be GLX, who's vaguely undefeated. Now, actually, I'm not sure, because won't they just agree to a tie? Because they're automatic next day. Yeah, why would they not agree to a tie? Oh, because they can afford to lose. That's funny. Because even if they lose, they still go on, so why not? Yeah. Yeah, so they might play for the funsies, or just to wipe out a strong opponent. Okay. I see the strategy. I see the strategy there. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, I'm just waiting on round 8 to start. It should have started already, but I think yeah, these Giratina decks are just having longer games and someone's taking a bit. Okay, well, while we're waiting for that, because I am far out of patience and too sad because my Dragonite lost. My Dragonite. I was not playing and I did not build the deck, but I don't care. It's my Dragonite. We're gonna just... Ooh. Actually, if I lose this, I decay back to Ultra Ball 2, don't I? Maybe we don't play that kind of PvP game. Maybe we just practice. Practice is good. I don't want you all to see my failures. Nah, I mean, it's fine. I clicked the button. This is ranked. I go back to Ultra Ball 2 if I lose this. But, you know, I'm gonna have to do it eventually. And I'm probably gonna, like, waver a little bit before, like, digging into 3. No way I get to Master Ball without a Giratina. I can look at someone like the better decks and stuff, but like I can't build Wugtrio because I have 0 Wugtrios. I can't build Giratina because I have 0 Giratinas. I only have 1 red. So just I either play like hundreds of games or I wait. I'm probably just gonna dig a little bit into Ultra Ball 3, just play a few chill games now and then do a push in like a week. Like, when we're midway through the season, most of the tryhards are gone, and I have my own Giratina. Or I run that Palkia deck, which looked pretty good. I mean, it did beat the Giratinas, right? And it has the Misty potential. I kind of like that Palkia deck. Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have to. They have 5 cards in their hand. It's too many cards. Let's get rid of some of those. Okay. I'm tempted to force the Magnemite forward because it can't threaten me quickly, and I don't want the Sprig to call more Pokemon. I'd rather take damage because I can heal damage, but I can't heal things evolving. That would be funny. I play a potion. You are no longer a Charizard. That would be a heck of a potion. So some kind of poison. All right. Might as well. I lose 10 damage worth of healing, but it's fine. And they evolved anyway, which is super annoying. I worked so hard to stop you from evolving, and you evolved anyway. How could you? Ooh, and they got their 3rd form anyway. Ah, that's potentially game losing. Yep, that's not good. I bet you're an Articuno. Nope. We ain't winning this. Well, I like being in Ultra Ball 2. I don't care what anyone says. It's as good as Master Ball. I'm waiting to see when this next round is starting. All right. Connor says it's starting soon, so we should get the final game pretty soon. We should get the final game pretty soon. Yeah, there's no win in this. All right, we'll go for a little Loki Oak here. I'm super dead. I'll give them the honor. I'll give them the honor. When I'm playing this deck, I feel like I need to let them KO me if they're able to do it because, it's Articuno. You've beaten Articuno 18. You deserve to defeat. Not see the concede screen, but to defeat an Articuno 18. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Thank you for your destruction of my yellow. I appreciate it. It didn't even show me the ranked thing. Was that a ranked game? That wasn't a ranked game! I clicked the wrong button! It wasn't a ranked game because I clicked the wrong button. Let's go. That's the real RNG. That's the real coin flip. When you think you were playing a ranked game, lose, but it wasn't a ranked game. Well. Ooh, the next round starting. Okay. Just waiting for somebody to stream. Waiting for the stream. It's probably EP again. Mad shout out to EP, by the way. Great player. Super grateful that they're streaming their games. Hopefully, in the final rounds, people will have to stream. But, in these early rounds where it's kind of volunteer-based, I'm super glad that EP is willing to step up and stream. Super appreciated. And they haven't started yet, so we have time for an actual game of ranked. And hopefully I don't lose this one, because this is real. I checked. It was definitely the ranked screen that time. It was definitely the actual ranked screen this time. And then we're going to go into ranked 8. It'd be funny if there was a stage 3 Pokemon. Like, you evolve, you evolve, you evolve, you Mega Evolve. I wonder if there's anything like that. Because I think, like, in the actual TGC, you just go straight to Mega or something. There's no stage 3s, but... Though there are, like, Terra Pokemon that give, like, 3 prize points or something. I don't know. The regular game is crazy. I watched a game of that. The numbers are insane. It's like they got hundreds of damage on every Pokemon, and in some cases thousands. And it's like the weakest card in your universe would destroy Giratina EX. Ooh, Misty? Not a Misty. Sadness. Um, Let me see. They just Pokecommed and Oaked. So red card? Maybe? I feel like red card could be good. Let me check the battle log. No, they Pokecommed and then put Manaphy on the bench, so they probably just got Manaphy from it. Yeah. So if they got Manaphy from Pokecom, they probably don't have Gyarados. So I don't red card, I think. Yeah, I think I don't red card. Yeah, we're just waiting for the next round to start. Oh! Next round has started. Let's go. All right. I guess I'm falling back to Ultra Ball 2. That's fine. Wait, what is this person streaming? Hold on. This is not Pokemon. Yes, it is. Okay. All right. Let's turn this off. And, where's the button? Here's the button. This stream on. There we go. Whoa. What was that? Hold on. What? Where's the... Why is it stuck as a white stream? Where's the game? Where? It's stuck on the loading screen for some unusual reason. All right, the game is live. Wait, no. Hold on. Why are we looking at a Magikarp? The game is live. Yes, that is correct. It's just not fitted. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. Okay, things look good. Wait, someone's posting here. Am I streaming the right person? I think I'm streaming the right person. Hold on. There are two people streaming. The one streaming is Snap. Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry. There were two people streaming. I think we got it sorted. Give me a sec. Okay, we're good. We are watching the correct game. We're watching the correct game. So we are watching Snaps, who's going up against a Darkrai deck. They're using the power of Misty. I'm kind of rooting for the power of Misty for once. That's not my usual modus operandi, but in this particular instance, I feel like I got no choice but to root for the Misty. You know what I mean? What else can we do? But root for the Misty against the power of Darkrai. This is going to be the final game. This is the final round. We're going to see if... Ooh. That poor Magikarp. Just hanging in there. Just hanging in there. It has enough energy to evolve and eat the world. And yet, at the same time, its Focus Sash just procced. You know, its Focus Sash just activated. And there it is. We got the Gyarados. I don't know why they put a Manaphy behind it. I don't know if that was necessary. Because you have the potential for Sabrina stuck on the Manaphy. But this is pretty dominating for the Gyarados. I mean, when you get that lucky... It's kind of GG, but... Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. You put down the Manaphy, you're just asking for this situation, but... I don't know. Incidentally, for anyone wondering, yes, I really have fallen back to Ultra Ball 2. It's fine. Everything's fine. Because we get to watch this awesome game. And it wasn't the stream's fault either. I think I lost that anyway. Alright. So they're putting energy on what? It's kind of like they could have won if they just didn't put down the Manaphy. They got that Misty and were a little bit too excited. You know, just a little bit too excited. You could have won the whole game right there, but it'd be awkward if they lose because of this. It would be really awkward if they lose. Is that one little mistake. I mean, I don't see how Gyarados could have died. You know, red plus full Darkrai combo is still only 120 damage. There's no Rocky Helmet because it has a cape. Summon a turn 1 Greninja? I feel like that was a little misplay on the Manaphy. I feel like that was unnecessary. But they're still gonna win, probably. I mean, you got a full-on Gyarados coming at you. It's gonna be hard to lose this. All the Darkrai player can possibly do was stall. And they did stall. They did find the continuation I was talking about that stalls for another turn, the Sabrina thing, but yeah. No, they're done anyway. They're done anyway. You get a Misty Gyarados like that, you can make all the mistakes you want, and it's GG. Alright, screen's gonna go dark for just a second. And screen's coming back now. Actually, sorry, it's gonna go dark for just a second again. Alright. Yeah, I'm just confirming with Connor that I'm going to be streaming the Top Cut tomorrow. So, same time tomorrow we get to see the finals of the PLL. It'll be very exciting, even if there's no Dragonites. But I hope there will be Rapidash. I hope there will be Rapidash. There's gotta be Rapidash. I'm rooting for the Rapidash so hard. It's the only one left. The Farfetch'd got eliminated. The Dragonite, 4 straight wins. Then 3 losses. Got eliminated. But the Blaine deck. If the Blaine deck wins in round 8, which I'm going to check as soon as this game's over. I'm checking. If the Blaine deck wins, it goes into the top cut. I'm pretty sure it's guaranteed. So we gotta be rooting. We gotta be rooting for that Blaine deck. It is the coolest thing that is in this tournament that has since the Dragonite. I still feel so bad for the Dragonite. I was hoping the Dragonite would win, but you know. All right, so they're starting with the derp fish again, the wonderful golden carp, the delicious meal that swims up a waterfall and turns into a dragon or something. Well, what was the story? It was like this guy who was just in this random food place in, like, I don't know, medieval China. And he's just kind of making up crap to show that he's intelligent with words. And he tells a story about a fish turning into a dragon to prove that he's an amazing statesman. I am botching this story. I apologize. My Chinese history is not that great, but I'm pretty sure that's what Magikarp comes from. Also, I'm getting my knowledge of this from a period drama that I binged on Netflix, so who knows if my rendition of the original, which was probably a fable to begin with, is even accurate. But if some grain of truth exists in anything I just said, you now know where Magikarp comes from. Or it's just a cool Japanese fish, and an entirely different fish turned into a dragon story. There are apparently a few fish turned into dragon stories. I don't know where all these stories come from. I haven't heard that many of them, but apparently there's quite a few fish turned into dragon stories. Fishes just do that sometimes. They're pretty cool. And that's just me blathering away because the Magikarp apparently bricked and there's not much else to say. I mean, yeah, so, they really need to evolve that thing, or it's, I mean, Giratina can't attack it this turn, to be fair. There's no attacking it this turn. Ah, you got a Pokeball, you got a Palkia. Alright, they got plenty of stuff. They got plenty of stuff. They're fine. They're fine. Little Fish is gonna be fine. I hit Ultra Ball 3 during this cast. I quickly decayed out of it, but we hit Ultra Ball 3. That's progress. Without a single Giratina. Ooh, they're trading away their wonderful fish. How could you trade away your wonderful fish? Well, that's fair, actually. A Manaphy is a perfectly reasonable thing to trade away your wonderful fish for. What? Interesting. They're gonna retreat it out of the way just in case. But their opponent can't. No, I guess it's fair because it's efficient. Manaphy powers them both up next turn, then you can send in Palkia, hit the Giratina first before Gyarados if you don't have red, and if you do have red, you just win. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. It doesn't do anything right now, but it does something for next turn. Actually, yeah, no, 100% right. That was the right move. That was the right move. I shouldn't have criticized it. They were thinking further ahead than I was. Because I was thinking retreat fish, put energy on Manaphy, put energy on Palkia fish. But this is actually better because it leaves you with more energy on fish, even though Palkia has no energy because you don't really need it. Misty failed. Unfortunate. No, this was absolutely the right move. This was absolutely the right move. What are they doing? If they've got the Gyarados, I don't know why they just play. Mars is played already. So maybe they're like, oh, well, I don't need to fear any hand attack shenanigans because Mars is done. Ooh. You're just kind of asking to be Sabrina'd now. But okay, that's good setup. That's good setup. I mean, this is where you want to be as the water player. You got your Manaphy in front, you got energy on your Palkia, energy on your fish, you got the Gyarados threat online, your opponent can't really mess with you. All they have is a Giratina from the depths of the space-time smackdown, I guess. And it's not looking too good. It's gonna knock itself out, effectively. Even if you cape it, that Rocky Helmet, yeah, it's going to take 40 damage. 20 from that, plus 20 from the Rocky Helmet. That's 40. GG Gyarados, right? Yeah, they're hovering over the fish. They're like, yep, I won. Yeah, Snaps is like... Snaps is snapping. This is quite... This is done. This is GG. This is GG. Waiting for your opponent to reconnect. Yeah. I think they kind of just realized it was over. I feel a little bit bad for their opponent because the Gyarados player got a little bit lucky. They got what they needed. They got what they needed every single game. And Giratina bricked. Giratina bricked hard. Gyarados is far more likely to brick than Giratina. But Giratina bricked. And this game could determine who goes into the final cut. So that hits you right there. That's the... Yeah, that's... that's the RNG situation you don't want to be in. It does happen sometimes, but... these are two very good meta decks, and at the end of the day, it was going to come down to this. It was going to come down to how quickly Gyarados comes online. And it made it online. And that's why, you usually see one Gyarados deck, at least, in the top cut. And it wins once in a while. Because it has a high chance of bricking, but if enough people play it, the odds are that one of them will not brick. That is the paradox of probability. If enough people play a risky deck, the chances of one of them winning goes up exponentially, because not exponentially, but by quite a lot, because it's just the way probability works. You have enough coin flips that you can predict the outcome with a high degree of certainty. It's one of the scary things about probability. Whenever you have enough events, you leave the realm of randomness almost, and it starts to follow a perfectly mathematical distribution. It's insane. But if you have enough random events, it almost stops behaving randomly at a macro level. So if you have enough Gyarados decks, even if they brick, one of them is likely to not brick, and that deck will go far, and it will look like Gyarados is a great deck. But for you as an individual to play Gyarados in a tournament, you're probably not going to win. So It's the paradox of Gyarados, the paradox of Articuno 18, the paradox of any high-risk deck. But I will say in a tournament where there are fewer rounds, they're a little bit better because the odds of you breaking are less. So you get the higher rewards from the deck. Anyway, a little bit of math lesson. That's enough of that. That was our final round. I want to take a look at the... whoa. Wait a minute. The Limitless stuff real quick to try to see who exactly is moving on and who is not. So let's refresh this. Okay. So anyone with a record of 6-1 or 5-0 is definitely moving on. These are players who are guaranteed to move on. So far guaranteed, we've got Chia with Darkrai Giratina, Big Boy Snaps, who we just watched, coming in second, very impressive, with the Gyarados Manaphy deck. Let's see if there's anything creative about this deck. They're only running one Origin Form Palkia. That is a little bit creative. Maybe let them hit the Gyarados more consistently. I don't know, keep that in mind. They're running 2 reds, Cape, Helmet, 1 Communicator, no Ionas, interestingly. 1 Irida, 2 Pokeballs. You know, I think running only 1 Palkia could help the Magikarp Gyarados consistency, especially with Pokecom. So maybe that helped them be a little bit more consistent than some of the other Garys. Or they were lucky. We've got Giratina Darkrai from M-Kun. Tom Hagen is the Palkia Giratina. Major props to Tom Hayden, the only person so far in the top 5, I believe, who is not playing a completely meta deck. Their addition is the Palkia, which is pretty cool. It has the Misty tech. It's got a Mars. I really like their deck. I think Tom Hagen is possibly one of the favorites to win right now with their unusual strategy and the Misty potential. Perfection 24, Darkrai Giratina. GLX, I don't know how to pronounce that. Another Gary deck. Then we've got the Arceus Carnivine deck. Even though that is a little bit more meta, I'm going to give mad props to Kabura Jadulu, who sadly was one of the people who defeated my beloved Dragonite, but still they're playing something a little off meta. Huge props to them. It's kind of meta, but it's older meta. You know, it's older meta, so it's off meta now. Then we have Ryojo, who's also Darkrai Giratina. More Darkrai Giratina. There's so many people doing that, I'm going to start skipping them, except Random Ways, because I know Random Ways. Former Ursi Day World Champion, Random Ways, Darkrai Giratina. I'll read everyone's names tomorrow. I don't want to leave anybody out, but it's just, I can't read name Darkrai Giratina for 10 minutes straight. We got a Wugtrio deck from Kyofi. This is one of the Floatzel decks made it through. I think they made it through. We'll see how they did in this round. Tie. Yeah, they made it through. I think they did an intentional draw. Another Arcanine Carnivine deck from Glione. One of the Darkrai Greninja decks made it through. Yo! They made it! They made it! Oh my goodness, the Rapidash deck made it! ZXM Killer made it to day 2 using a Blaine deck. They are officially the player to watch right now. This is the only thing that is savagely off meta. This was never meta. They're using Gen 1 cards. This is crazy. Huge props to ZKM Killer. Huge props. That's insane. Alright, so we've got some more Darkrai Giratinas. We got one of the Magnezone Meows made it through. A lot fewer than I expected, actually. I thought more of them would make it through. Another Gary deck. Frogx's Lulu made it through, even though they lost to the Dragonite. Actually, did they? Yes, they made it through. More Darkrai Giratinas, and the cutoff looks to be around here. A Gary Palkia EX deck made it through. So let's take a look at the metagame and just see how everything's stacked up so far. The Palkia Giratina deck, I've been calling that one out, has an 85.71% win rate. If you're playing in the Ursi tomorrow and you haven't made your deck yet, and you have 2 Giratinas, you lucky pricks you. This is the deck to play. This one seems to be able to beat other Giratina decks, and it has the instant win potential of Misty. It looked really awkward and hard to play, though, so take that with a grain of salt and practice with it, but yeah, major props to that deck. Then you have the Dialga Arceus. This is just, I think, the classic, right? This player dropped. So, a little bit misleading with the win rate. Meowscarada Magnezone had a pretty good win rate. Wait, was there literally only one of those? Okay. Okay, well. The Meowscarada Magnezone, also a very good deck. You have the Gary decks. 18 people played the Gary decks. It had a less than 50% win rate. Its win rate was not good, but like 2 or 3 of them did make it through. Hold on, let's go back to this view a little bit. Yeah, the Gyarados Palkia EX deck did a little bit better than the other deck, so maybe adding a Palkia is good, an EX Palkia. The Rapidash deck, one of the top win rate decks. I'm amazed at this. The Ninetales, the Blaine deck is actually doing amazing. It's freaking one of the highest decks. How is that possible? And then, of course, you know, we have the fact that this has a near 58% win rate, despite 40 people playing it, despite like a fifth of the tournament playing it. This deck is overpowered. This deck is just busted. For real. Darkrai Giratina is crazy. And then we have the Arceus Carnivine, also good showing, did pretty well. I think 2 of those qualified at least. The Darkrai Greninja, good showing, a few of those qualified. Arceus Masquerada, pretty good showing, but they didn't quite make it. Same from the Togekiss. The Togekiss did pretty good, actually. I'm surprised I didn't see that one before. I think they lost an early game or something. But Togekiss Giratina did alright. That was a nifty one. And we've got the Wugtrio Floatzel. I think one of those qualified. Maybe not the best deck. I'm not convinced this is the best deck, but it has potential, for sure. And then you have the Dragonite deck. I'm crushed. Almost made it. So close. Didn't quite make it. And I think that's pretty much it. Like, there's a lot of other stuff that didn't work. You know, the Arceus Farfetch thing was cool, but it couldn't quite compete with Giratina. Rampardos doesn't really work anymore. Eggs is a little awkward these days. You know, we've got a lot of other stuff. Charizard had an abysmal win rate. Randomways didn't believe me when I said that Charizard can't beat Giratina and Darkrai. Hopefully now they believe me. 38.71% win rate. Yeah, this is... I mean, look at this. Look at this. Okay, hold on. This is the matchup. 28.57% against Giratina Darkrai. Hashtag I told you so. It does not beat Giratina decks. Not consistently. It can on curve, but it usually doesn't. And then we got some weirder stuff. You know, I think overall the takeaway is that the Dragonite deck is an option. The Palkia deck is a strong option. Just Darkrai Giratina is your best bet if you build a good version of it. Or if you build a Meow counter deck, but those can get taken out by other things, is the problem. There are other weird things people play that take out the Meow decks, and then, you know, you're kind of at a loss. So, yeah, I think the best... Yo, Chia! One deck sample size? Kind of, yeah, but... I can't believe Blaine made it so far. I'm definitely rooting for them. Heck yeah, Koji. 100%. Alright, so I'm going to be streaming the finals, the top cut, tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, 12 a.m. midnight GMT. If you're in a time zone that I did not cover and don't want to bother converting it, just they post the time in the PLL Discord. It's also on Limitless. I'm the Sneaky Dragon. If we can't find the stream key for the PLL's Twitch by tomorrow, I might just stream to YouTube, because streaming to Twitch and YouTube was a little awkward, or maybe we'll do this again, I don't know. But I hope you had fun. I hope this was a good stream. My plushies definitely enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. And yeah, that's about it. Oh, and I will probably be putting out a video on that good deck for beginners, the Starmie Leafeon deck, on Monday. And really awesome challenge video on healing on next Friday, which was supposed to come out this Friday, but I decided to stream this instead. So, that'll come out next Friday, probably. That's all for now. I'll catch you later. I don't have a catchphrase anymore because I'm not streaming Wargroove. I used to just say welcome to Wargroove, but now it's, well, Pokemon Pocket? I don't know. I'll think of something. Peace. And now it's just me and YouTube, waiting for the stream to stop. Yeah. Now I see what RC means. I understand why this happens because the thing doesn't turn off right away for YouTube. How long does that go for? I don't know. Can I just hit the button to stop it early? I feel like someone would have figured that out. Wait.